I'm Julie Scardina here at SeaWorld San Diego. Are you ready to get up close and personal glimpses into incredible rescue attempts? A behind-the-scenes look at phenomenal rehabilitation efforts and witness spectacular animal releases? Well, you've come to the right place because SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have been leading the way in animal rescue for a very long time. You know, the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks have been committed to wildlife preservation for over 40 years. No other organization has rescued, rehabilitated, and released more animals. SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have rescued 11,000 animals since 1965. And SeaWorld, in the past 5 years alone, has helped more than 3,000 animals, including seals, sea lions, dolphins, whales, sea turtles, and even seabirds. 24/7, 365 days a year, SeaWorld's animal rescue and rehabilitation teams respond to calls for animals in distress, then to be assisted by an expert group of dedicated veterinarians, animal care specialists, and marine biologists. But the Anheuser-Busch commitment reaches far beyond the rescue of a single animal. From Antarctica to the Arctic, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens are working to save some of the planet's most endangered species and habitats. I'll be back shortly to give you an even closer look at which specific species of animals are being helped. In the meantime, let me introduce you to my colleague, Chuck Carreau, as he takes you on some amazing animal rescues. Chuck?
Thanks, Julie. You know, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have performed some truly amazing rescues. But did you ever stop to wonder why these rescues have to take place at all? Well, sometimes stuff just happens. And of course, you can't control a natural disaster like an earthquake or a hurricane. Other times, events are triggered by humans. In June of 2000, off the coast of Cape Town, South Africa, a sunken freighter caused an oil slick that resulted in the worst bird disaster in history. A worldwide call to action went out, and SeaWorld, along with many others, immediately answered. Just like this little guy here is getting a good chance at surviving, an entire colony of South African penguins and their chicks got a second chance, thanks to a lot of caring hands.
It comes as a surprise to many people to hear that South Africa is home to penguins. These seabirds are a permanent fixture along the southern coast. However, June 23, 2000 marked a fateful day for the penguins when the bulk carrier ship, the Treasure, sank off the coast of Cape Town. About 400 tons of oil spilled from the ship and began washing onto Robben Island, home to nearly 20,000 African penguins. Soon after, shifting weather patterns pushed oil towards Dasson Island, where 56,000 African penguin adults and chicks live. With worldwide numbers totaling only 150,000 birds, this spill threatened almost half of the entire African penguin population. Jay Holcomb, Director of International Bird Rescue and Research Center and on-site manager of the International Fund for Animal Welfare, intimately knows what it takes to pull off a rescue attempt of this magnitude. He discusses what zoological parks and staff bring to a rescue such as this.
To manage this many birds takes a lot of supervision. The volunteers are wonderful. They come in hordes. We have 700, 800, 900 a day to come in, but they all have to be supervised. So what we've done is brought in people from zoos, aquariums, wildlife rehabilitation facilities from around the world that we put under our management system that we've created, and they help us manage the volunteers.
These guys just...
With a rescue that totaled over 23,000 oiled birds, people from around the world pulled together to save the penguins. The South African military and thousands of volunteers with varied backgrounds, education, and experience offered whatever time and service could be utilized. With numbers totaling over 40,000 volunteers, the Red Cross set up its own rescue center within a rescue center just to tend to the humans. Once the penguins arrived at the Sand-Cobb Salt River facility, people were propelled into action. Dry pools were set up to keep the frightened penguins contained. As quickly as possible, the penguins were fed and hydrated. SeaWorld aviculturist Alex Ware headed up this part of the rescue process.
Right now we're doing a mixture of force feeding, offered hand feeding for the ones that are starting to get an idea of how to do it, and my team is currently going through and tube feeding some electrolytes to keep the birds going because dehydration is becoming a big issue. Some of these people are they're just whatever it takes, you know. I mean, they're shoveling dirt, they're scrubbing buckets, You know, everyone wants to help out in any way possible, and after a few days, you know, you try to find something that's a little less physical, because these little penguins, they're extremely strong animals, and even skilled handlers like myself are sporting wounds and scratches and beauty marks, and I'm a careful penguin handler, and it's happening to me, so, but they keep coming back, and it's amazing.
As quickly as possible after the penguins arrived, they were sent for a washing. Unfortunately, this is a very slow and tedious process, requiring a minimum of 2 people for each bird and almost an hour of time. Then, the birds were rinsed and dried, but not yet ready to be returned to the wild for 2 primary reasons. It takes 4 or 5 days for the penguins to regain their natural oils after washing, and the spill was still a danger zone. So, the sand cob facility became a holding facility as well, and the penguins required special care. They needed crushed shell to keep their feet clean, food, and of course, water. What a difference in energy once these birds could swim. And what an amazing transformation to turn an empty railroad warehouse into a penguin rehab center of this magnitude.
When the spill first happened, they must have known that this was going to, in total, so many penguins, and they knew what kind of space requirements they were going to have, because I walked in, I was like, why do they have that huge factory for these birds? And now we're just filling it up. Every day we're needing another room, and to be able to keep it all central right here in one area rather than satellite rehab stations, everyone doing their own thing, it's a good thing for the animals, and it makes it very easy to coordinate the volunteers.
Another unfortunate detail in this oil spill was the timing. It occurred in the middle of chick rearing season, and both mom and dad take part in raising their young. Parents were swimming through the slick in search of food, returning to the islands oiled, which would eventually make them unable to swim. They were also regurgitating oil to their chicks. Until SeaWorld aviculturist Lauren Dubois and Baltimore Zoo colleague Steve Sorrow arrived in South Africa, it was too much time and effort to focus on saving the younger birds.
Basically what we're trying to do here is most of these birds have just come off the nest, and we're trying to get them to eat. What we're doing is once a day we're coming in and we're doing a force feeding, which is basically picking the bird up, making sure he gets 2 to 3 fish, and then in the afternoon we'll come in and we'll sit in the pens as the birds are getting used to us and try and offer them fish and give them sort of a hand feeding or free feeding. Once they eat on their own and we know that they have a good weight, then we'll go ahead and look at a time when we can release them.
Over 500 chicks were eventually returned to Dassin and Robben Islands, prepared to grow into vital adult penguins, helping to preserve their species. Upon her return, Lauren put it all into perspective.
My experience in South Africa pretty much changed the way that I take care of animals, and anytime I see animals. It was a very stressful situation coming into seeing many animals that had been injured by a man-made disaster, and being able to help take care of those animals and see those animals released and be healthy animals was a tremendous feeling of satisfaction to know that something that I did helped these animals to go back into the wild.
Lauren is an integral part of SeaWorld's new Oiled Wildlife Care Center, which opened its doors in July 2000.
The Oiled Wildlife Care Center is set up to do everything for an animal during an oil spill, and that includes the intake procedures, evaluating the animal, washing the animal, whether it's a mammal or a bird, and also care for the animals and support before the animal would be able to be released.
23,000 oiled birds made the South African oil spill the worst bird disaster in history. But with the dedication and skillful help of so many people from around the world, the worst bird disaster in history ended up to be the most successful rescue attempt to date. Of course, a rescue is always about the animals, but somewhere along the line, it can't help but be about the people as well.
California sea lions like these are abundant off the U.S. West Coast. That's not the case for another pinniped, the very endangered Hawaiian monk seal. Recently, an unusual form of blindness swept through Hawaiian monk seal colonies, putting their already dwindling population in even further jeopardy. SeaWorld San Antonio helped rescue several of these blind seals in an attempt to not only save these few, but learn more about this pinniped in hopes of understanding ways to protect their entire species in the future. It's an amazing thing.
The Florida manatee has a legendary history dating way back before Christopher Columbus. Now, often the source of mistaken identity, this gentle giant has been called everything from a monster to a goddess. Well, whatever label you choose, there's one manatee that can be called just plain lucky. Now, don't mistake him for a reindeer or for a meteor. This is the story of Comet, the Florida manatee that ventured back to Florida by way of Ohio. Ohio.
Slow and gentle, manatees capture the hearts of all that see them. However, seeing them can be somewhat difficult as they come to the surface to breathe. And it's their slowness that may actually increase their chances of being injured by boat collisions, one of several factors that threaten this endangered species today. Manatees and their relatives are found in oceans, bays, and rivers all over the world, although we're looking specifically at the West Indian manatee, which is found throughout the Caribbean and Florida. Manatees are mammals that are completely vegetarian, eating primarily seagrass. But don't let that fool you. They can weigh up to 3,000 pounds. Unless they are mother and calf, manatees typically live a solitary life, although in winter they may migrate with groups in search of warmer waters. The story of Comet starts in January of 1998 in Fernandina Beach, Florida, where he was found with his mother who had been hit by a boat. SeaWorld's animal rescue team responded to the distress call to find a very injured mother and her year-and-a-half-old calf who was still nursing. The mother, named Mercury, sustained many large wounds on her right side, and SeaWorld vets discovered that she had several broken ribs that were causing a severe infection. Working with veterinarians from the University of Florida, the infected, fractured ribs were removed. Although Mercury began to eat following surgery, her wounds were too severe and she succumbed to them shortly after. The focus then shifted to doing everything possible to save her nursing baby, now known as Comet. Comet received around-the-clock attention and thrived under SeaWorld's care. Fortunately, he was old enough to begin eating on his own, and when he became strong enough, was introduced to other manatees in the rehabilitation area. Then, in June of 1999, Comet was doing well enough that he was one of several manatees transported to the Columbus Zoo's new manatee habitat. How about that? Manatees in Ohio. Doug Wormeltz, Assistant Director of Living Collections at the Columbus Zoo, explains why this is important.
It's important for people in Columbus, in central Ohio, in the Midwest to know about manatees. We use Florida as a vacation spot, and our lifestyles directly impact the survival of these animals, and we need to learn to be responsible, make a choice, and learn how to live with wildlife.
After more than a year of helping to educate guests in Ohio, it was time for Comet to come home. In a collaborative effort between SeaWorld, the Columbus Zoo, and government agencies, a transport and release strategy was designed and executed. Upon his return to SeaWorld Orlando, Comet was prepared for release into the St. Johns River, along with another rescued manatee named Corey.
Comet was released with Corey, a younger animal, today, so hopefully they'll stay together for a while. They're going to encounter the wild manatees that are in the spring, so Comet will probably learn where the food sources are and learn to move back and forth between the river and the spring, but eventually he'll probably go on his own.
SeaWorld Orlando is one of several manatee rescue and rehabilitation facilities in the state of Florida. Equipped with trucks, gear, and staff, they are ready to roll immediately to the scene of a manatee emergency and are set up to treat the animals on site and upon their return to the park. Manatees, the last generation, serves as a home to animals unable to be released and, like the Columbus Zoo exhibit, helps educate visitors about the plight of the manatees.
Every like 10 to 15 minutes they go up for air. Manatee's endangered because of all the boat accidents and red tide and their curiosity.
It may seem like a lot to go through to save one animal, but today, a manatee named Comet swims free, slow and gentle, and brings the overall numbers of this endangered species up by 1. SeaWorld thinks that alone is worth it.
There's almost no problem that can't be solved with good old-fashioned ingenuity. Just ask SeaWorld of Florida. When an injured manatee needed help floating, a specially designed wetsuit came to the rescue. And when a baby manatee needed to nurse, but the mother was unable, SeaWorld developed a manatee milk formula to nourish the calf. It's an amazing thing.
Attaboy. You know, some healthy marine mammals like sea lions, seals, and walruses naturally haul out onto land at times. Now, they might do this to mate, bear their young, or simply to rest. But, you know, sometimes animals haul out because they're ill or injured. In this case, an animal is considered stranded. That means it's helpless and unable to survive under the present conditions. Animals become stranded, well, for many reasons, ranging from disease, toxins, injuries, parasites, entanglement, oil spills, and believe it or not, weather events such as El Nino.
Although the cause of El Nino remains a mystery, it's an ocean event that has far-reaching effects. It might increase rainfall across the southern U.S. while causing horrible flooding in Peru and severe drought in the West Pacific, which might cause devastating brush fires in Australia. Meaning the little boy, or Christ child in Spanish, El Nino got its name since it often arrives around Christmas. During an El Nino, there's a change in normal trade wind strength in the central and western Pacific, which impacts surface water temperatures off the coast of South America. As water temperatures rise, the warmer waters aren't as nutrient-rich as the normal colder waters, and this starts an adverse reaction that moves all the way up the food chain. A lack of nutrients causes some vital plants and animals to die, while others can't survive and thrive in warmer waters, forcing animals that depend on them for their own survival to starve. It might also force animals, fish, and birds to migrate to other areas in an attempt to survive. This often results in animals stranding or ending up in areas not common to their species. And this results in an increase in rescues during an El Nino. SeaWorld San Diego's Assistant Curator of Animals, Keith Yip, explains.
During the El Nino event, we rescued over 350 animals. So far this year, for instance, we've only rescued 35 animals. I'd say the average is about 75 to 80 animals every year, and sometimes around 100. But 350 is an excessive number of animals.
What if you find an animal that appears stranded or abandoned? Observation is the first step. Often, in the case of a youngster, the mother may be off hunting, so unless the animal is in distress, you should simply watch it for a period of time. If the animal does require intervention, contact your local wildlife rescue and rehab agency. Often, humans think they're doing the right thing by intervening. However, these decisions are best left up to the experts that are trained and equipped to deal with these crisis situations. Many things can impact animals and their welfare, including weather. Sometimes nature needs to take its course. Other times, a helping hand, or lots of helping hands working together, is just what the doctor ordered.
SeaWorld California is the first and only zoological park in the world to successfully breed emperor penguins outside of Antarctica. Researchers at Hub SeaWorld Research Institute in California work best in noisy conditions. They studied penguin vocalizations in both Antarctica and at SeaWorld to determine, of all things, gender. Prior to the studies, only the penguins knew who the boys and girls were. Now, we do too. It's an amazing thing.
Sometimes things happen in nature for reasons no one understands, and human intervention becomes a crucial factor in the survival of an animal. This is the story of Callie, the giraffe, that with the help of Busch Gardens caretakers, veterinarians, and designers, stood just a little bit taller and a whole lot steadier on her feet.
There's no question that Busch Gardens Tampa is a fun and exciting theme park. But did you know that what looks like a cool place to see animals is serving a major worldwide function? Several animals housed at Busch Gardens and SeaWorld are actually part of breeding programs, which help ensure the overall survival of threatened and endangered species. Every day, guests at the park can get a glimpse of the newest additions to the Busch Gardens family by stopping by the nursery. Not all animals in the nursery are endangered or threatened. Sometimes, for various reasons found in nature, the mother is unable or unwilling to care for her offspring, or the baby may be sick or need special care. This was the case with Callie the giraffe. Callie, a reticulated giraffe, was born prematurely at Busch Gardens Tampa. Normally, giraffes can get up and walk on their own within minutes after birth. Callie, however, was just too weak to support herself. Weighing just 75 pounds at birth, she needed round-the-clock nursing care for the first 5 days. She was then able to stand up, but her forelegs needed support. Busch Gardens veterinarian Dr. Noah Abumadi determined that Callie's legs could be supported with braces, which would allow her to walk and strengthen her weak legs and joints. Shriners Hospital for Crippled Children was called to assist in the evaluation and design of the braces. A little extra support was just what Callie needed to boost her confidence. With her newfound stability, she was able to be walked and exercised, growing more sturdy as each day passed. Eventually, she was strong enough to walk and run on her own, where she joined the other Busch Gardens giraffes on the open veldt. Not only are breeding programs important as a way of increasing population numbers of a species, but also genetic diversity. SeaWorld aviculturist Rob Yorty explains.
When you're actually thinking about possibly releasing an animal, you don't want any latent genetic problems in their traits that could come out when the animal's actually released out in the wild and reproduces. So by this way of having a very large number of animals, we can keep track of all their genetics and make sure we don't have any weaker individuals, so to speak, that may be part of a reintroduction program.
Zoological parks provide fun and entertainment, no doubt. But look below the surface and you'll discover dedicated people devoted to conserving and preserving animal welfare, diversity, and population. Global concern on a local level.
Like Magellanic penguins, the Lear's macaw is also from South America. One difference is the Lear's macaw is in extreme peril as more and more of its habitat is being harmed. Busch Gardens supports efforts to protect this beautiful bird and its food source and has sent researchers to study its behavioral patterns and monitor nest sites in order to gain insight into how the Lear's macaw can survive. In addition, Busch Gardens is the only zoological park in the world to have successfully bred the Lear's macaw. It's an amazing thing.
Rescuing a marine mammal like a seal or a sea lion is hard work. But can you imagine what it's like rescuing an animal the size of a gray whale? Well, size is only one thing that makes this next story the most amazing animal rescue of all.
It was a fateful day in January 1997 when an abandoned gray whale beached herself near Marina del Rey, California. The whale was only a few days old when she was rescued and brought to SeaWorld San Diego. Only 14 feet long and 1,500 pounds, the little whale was found to be dehydrated and almost comatose. She was so weak that animal care team members had to hold her upright in the water and swim her around the medical pool. The outlook was not good. Dr. Jim McBain gave the grim findings.
Well, the animal is in pretty weak condition. It's dehydrated, it's very short on energy resources, energy supplies, it's very thin. The prognosis for full recovery is no better than poor at this point.
But with the dedication of the SeaWorld staff giving round-the-clock care, the little whale known as JJ overcame the odds. JJ was put on a specially formulated diet made up of a mixture of heavy cream, minced fish, and vitamins. She was hand-fed the formula at first and gained weight at an astounding rate. Eventually, JJ was introduced to solid food and was eating on her own. JJ thrived at SeaWorld, and as she grew, so did her pool. She became the center of attention as people from around the world followed her progress and visited her in San Diego. It gave so many the opportunity to get their first real-life look at a gray whale. There's much yet to be learned about gray whales, their patterns and habits. JJ gave us the opportunity to learn a tremendous amount about gray whales, their needs, and requirements. As JJ grew, it was discovered that her vocalizations didn't show the wide range of sounds gray whales normally make. It's known that these vocalizations play a very important communication and navigation role in the wild. With the help of audio technology, researchers piped different whale vocalizations into her pool as she was feeding. They hoped that when JJ was released back into the sea, she would recognize these calls and sounds and follow them to other gray whales. After 13 months of constant care, literally tons of food, and lots of love, it was time for JJ to be released. She was well over a year old, weighed 17,000 pounds, and measured almost 31 feet in length. It was no small task to design the equipment, gear, and strategy to transport JJ to the sea. On March 31st, 1998, in a bittersweet mixture of laughter and tears, JJ was released. After only a few days, she scraped off her tracking devices, so there was no way to follow her. She was released as the gray whales were making their way north to the colder Arctic waters. Hopefully, after learning their sounds, being taught to eat, and thriving so well at the park, she connected with the other whales and has been making the annual migration with them ever since. The story of JJ is truly one of the most incredible rescue and rehab stories in which SeaWorld and the world has been involved. The story of a little whale that taught us more than we could imagine, that taught us to believe in miracles. The story of a little whale that will leave her footprint on our hearts forever.
We've seen that things can happen at the hands of humans that may affect wildlife, like boating accidents with manatees and oil spills. We also know that some things are beyond our control, like weather events such as El Nino, and we understand that sometimes, well, nature just has a mind of her own, as seen with the stranding of animals like sea lions or whales. But even though we may not always be a part of the problem, we can be a part of the solution. On behalf of Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks, this is Chuck Carreau thanking you for joining me in some of the world's most amazing animal rescues.
I hope you enjoyed your journey. And rest assured, as long as there are animals that need help, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens are committed to playing their part in rescue, rehabilitation, and release.
the first thing you think of when you think of NASA. Space, right? But what else is NASA known for? Any clues, Johnny?
How about aeronautics? Yeah, NASA's testing and development of new technologies is one of the key missions for the agency.
That's right. The first A in NASA stands for aeronautics, and you better believe NASA takes its job of keeping the flying public safe very seriously. Hi, I'm Jennifer Pulley.
And I'm Johnny Alonzo, and today on NASA 360, we're going to find out a little more about how NASA engineers are paving the way to new aeronautical breakthroughs.
And we're also going to see how NASA is helping to make the future of flying safer and much greener, too. How about a little history lesson first? You know, NASA was formed back in 1958 with much of its energy going towards getting us into space. But as early as 1917, NASA's predecessor agency, NACA, or the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, was turning flight into a science. Over the years, NACA and NASA engineers worked really hard to make flying much safer and efficient. In fact, virtually every aircraft ever flown in the U.S. has in some way been tested by NASA. Those engineers back in the day probably had it much harder than the engineers do today. Wouldn't you say so, Johnny?
Yeah, that's right, Jen. Aircraft testing has definitely come a long way since the old days. I mean, one of the biggest changes ever has to be the invention of the computer.
Engineers today have so many more options available to them than the old guys, including gathering really precise data, using state-of-the-art computer graphics, networking abilities, and tons of other benefits too.
But guess what? Even with so much more technology available today, one thing still holds true. You still got to be able to build the aircraft and get it to fly at some point, right?
That's right, and obviously you don't want to build a full-scale aircraft until you have all the kinks worked out of the design. So what do? You build a scale model.
A scale model is an exact representation of an aircraft, just a lot smaller, of course. When engineers build these models, they can get really valuable information about how the full-scale aircraft will fly. One way to test the aircraft is the time-honored routine of putting it in a wind tunnel to check out its flight worthiness. Another way is to actually put small engines on the plane and fly it by remote control.
This type of initial testing is even more important when you're trying to break out of conventional designs and build an entirely new type of aircraft. And when I say new type of aircraft, I mean getting away from the traditional tube and wing design and really stretching the envelope to build the aircraft of tomorrow.
That's right. Now, Jen mentioned the traditional tube and wing design, which is basically used on every aircraft today. A tube with wings placed on each side. This design's been used for over 100 years because it's fairly efficient, it's easy to pressurize, and it's relatively quiet. But guess what? Researchers and engineers are discovering there might be a different design that can be more efficient, as safe if not safer than current aircraft, and much quieter too. Yeah, the new radical design called the blended wing body, or the BWB.
Now, one of the primary reasons this design looks so promising is that by blending the wings into a wide tailless body, you get additional lift with less drag. In plain English, that means the plane could be up to 30% more efficient and quieter than conventional planes. Okay, remember when we were talking about scale models earlier? Well, that's where the BWB program is right now. Researchers are testing two 8.5% scale models that have a 21-foot wingspan and weigh about 500 pounds. Testing is being performed in a couple of different ways. One of the models is being flown and validated at NASA Langley's full-scale wind tunnel with some very encouraging results.
But researchers also need to see this aircraft fly in the real world. And what better place to do it than where the sound barrier was first broken and so many other important air milestones were reached, right here at NASA Dryden in Edwards, California.
I caught up with a couple buddies to find out a little more about how flight testing for the BWB is conducted.
Hey,
Johnny.
Yeah, good to see you.
Hey, how you doing today?
How you been?
Good. Good to see you.
This is wicked, man. Tell me about this.
All right. Well, this is our scale model of a hybrid wing body flying aircraft. This is a 21-foot span scale version of a larger aircraft that we would fly. This program's been underway for about 4 years, and we've got this really fantastic team at NASA working with our industry partners from Boeing and Cranfield to do some low-speed flight testing.
Well, can you tell me some of the differences between this aircraft and the ones that we're flying today?
So this aircraft is it's a blended configuration. So we blend the wing and the fuselage in a way that it's more of an integrated configuration, and we do that.
See that?
Yeah, we do that to get us benefits in a couple of areas. First one is the aircraft is more efficient, so we get better fuel burn characteristics. What we call lift to drag ratio is much better. And the other thing we get with an aircraft like this that we're trying to prove out is we get better noise characteristics. And that will depend upon the engine placement, of course, and that's one of the things that we're trying to work on over time with this type of configuration.
Really?
So this aircraft gives us that 1-2 punch. Better fuel burn, better noise.
Nice. We've been working tube and wing for like 50 years, right? 50 plus. I mean, why innovate?
Yeah, so we think, it's just because of that reason. We've been working tube and wing for a long time. We've polished that configuration for a long, long time. We think we've probably gotten the best out of it that we can in terms of fuel burn and noise reduction. And as I was explaining to you earlier, this configuration, we think we can build and design such a thing to work both fuel burn and noise at the same time. So it's that simultaneous attainment of two very major critical goals where we think a configuration like this can help us out.
Okay, so this is a scale model, obviously.
Right.
So if you built this up, I mean, will it look exactly the same?
Yeah, Johnny, this is an exact replica. It would scale up to have the same characteristics, same shape, same look as this scaled version. So one of the things we're trying to work on there, though, is the placement of the engines and the type of engines that we might use on it. So the engine location might be a little bit different.
I see this one's all mounted all the way towards the back.
Right. What we have here, these are potted engines. Okay. So that's one concept that we have that we're looking at. It's a lower risk idea. Okay. Potted means that it's sitting up off the airplane.
Okay.
Right. So you can see that it's mounted up, and there's some space between the body and the engine itself. There are a couple of other ideas floating around, like embedded engines, and they would be sunk down inside the airframe, and there would be little inlets to take the air needed to drive the propulsion system. So that's another idea that we're starting to explore in wind tunnel testing.
Really?
Yeah.
So obviously, this is in the testing phase. Where do you see this? I mean, how do you see this progressing?
R&T on this project, and this thing has a long. The vision for this is long range. So initially, we think it's probably a military application, cargo carrying application. And then maybe out 2030, 2035, we move on. Maybe it's commercial cargo, package carrying, and then maybe in the long run it becomes a passenger carrying aircraft. But that's way out in the future.
I would love to see this thing fly. I mean, is this our seat? Is this remote controlled?
Yeah, what we decided to do here is use an unmanned approach. It's cheaper to do that in the get-go when you start out with a scale model. So it's unmanned, it's remotely piloted. We take the thing up, we fly for about 30 minutes from a trailer that goes along with the aircraft.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's check it out.
All right.
Let's go.
On this morning, Johnny and the crew were in for a treat because the X-48 flight test was flown out on one of the most famous test areas in the world, the 44 square mile dry lake beds out at NASA Dryden.
I show us lining up on the runway. Yep, you're looking real good.
Before the second flight of the day, Johnny went back to the remote piloting facility to meet up with Boeing test pilot Mike Cizo to see how the aircraft is flown.
Hey, I'm here with pilot Michael Cizo. Check this out. Hey, tell us exactly where we are.
We're in the ground control station, or GCS, where we remotely control the X-48 based on all these displays, and the full cockpit setup is here, so I have all the information necessary for flight and monitor all the parameters to stay airborne and safely land.
That's awesome. Are we ready to go?
Absolutely, we're ready to start the mission.
Let's go.
We're ready to launch on that 2-3 right. My clearance will take off and we'll call you airborne. Launch is ready. Power's coming in. Right. Come on, look out. Good engines.
Sky Road 4 airborne. Nice lift off.
10,000 and below. We're now passing 2,700. Switch over to sport. You can see this display shows my heads out view, and that's what the nose of the plane is seeing. And on this display here, that's my ground track coming up, and then that's actually the circle. The actual airplane is that little dot here where we are. That's an impact predictor that if we had to, if some unfortunate event happened, we had to terminate this remote control vehicle, that's where it would go.
Really?
With the flight path.
Is it me or is this thing moving?
It's interesting. It feels like it's moving. If you look at this and look outside, you feel like it's moving, but it's actually not. And that's one of the things that we have to deal with, is that there's no motion inside here, and we have to imagine what it'd be like on the airplane. Chase will be a right-hand turn, 180 at the rear. We're approaching 5,000 feet MSL now. Basically, our flights last about 30 to 35 minutes, so that's about how much time we have fuel for.
Yeah, fuel for.
Yeah, Chase, we're coming right now. Coming right now. Decent sun angle on the camera. Yeah.
So how long have you been flying as a pilot?
Over 20 years.
Right on.
So, Chase, it'll be at the end of the area, it'll be a right-hand turn back. I look forward to actually being able to fly this airplane when it comes out full scale.
I'm sure you are.
My normal landing is speed rate position 1. I've set that up. We're running our before landing checks now. And I'm basically heading outbound, and I'll be starting a turn looking for the landing runway. Unfortunately, I don't have a 360-degree view like your name suggests, but what I'm doing is if I need any help, I'll use Chase, but actually having the view out the plane and also the God's eye view here.
Right, I'm watching that,
yep.
Right.
And we're going to be landing basically on the southern edge of the boundary, coming down for the landing point there.
Gotcha.
And we actually do have an artificial, like an instrument landing system that helped me tell me whether I'm high or low on glide path or left or right of center line. And now I can see the runway that I'm going to be aiming for.
Yeah.
And eventually the markers will start coming in with the instrument landing.
Touchdown. That's awesome.
Brakes applied. And another flight of the X-48 complete.
Smooth landing.
Yeah.
Hey, this was a lot of fun.
Oh.
This is awesome. Thank you so much for your
You're
time.
welcome.
Quick question for you. How are automobiles tested to make sure they're safe? You crash test them, right? You've probably seen this before. Crash test dummies are placed into cars and then they're slammed into walls or other cars to be sure the car is safe. Well, believe it or not, NASA does crash testing, just not on cars.
There's a unique facility out at NASA Langley called the Landing Impact Research Facility, where this type of crash testing takes place. Tons of things have been crash tested out here over the years, including small general aviation aircraft and even next-generation spacecraft designs. But one of the most recent vehicles tested out here was an MD-500 helicopter. Think about it. Helicopters are being used quite a bit these days for air ambulances, traffic reports, police surveillance, and of course military uses. Although helicopters are extremely safe, according to federal crash statistics, they crash at a rate of about 3 times higher than other commercial aircraft.
Now, some major limitations of helicopters are that because they fly so close to the ground, they face many more obstacles. And, of course, they can't glide like a fixed-winged aircraft can. This is where the testing at NASA comes in.
A unique accordion-shaped airbag called the Deployable Energy Absorber is being developed to help prevent passenger injuries in case of a hard landing or crashes. This accordion shape is interesting because it deploys like a traditional airbag, but it doesn't have some of the drawbacks seen in traditional airbags.
So think of an airbag like this balloon here. If you hit the ground like this, it offers lots of protection. But most crashes have an element of crush with shear, and a traditional airbag may not handle the shear very well.
NASA researchers believe that because this accordion-shaped structure is designed to take crush and shear loads from many different directions, the vehicle occupant's survivability chances would greatly improve. But to validate this belief, a crash test needed to be performed. So NASA borrowed an MD-500 helicopter from the Army, then equipped it with instruments to collect 160 channels of data from the craft and 4 crash test dummies. 3 of the dummies were standard crash test dummies, but the 4th was a special unit provided by Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Lab that measured possible internal injuries of an occupant. So on the day of the test, NASA technicians outfitted the underside of the helicopter's crew and passenger compartment with a composite accordion-shaped structure. The helicopter was then suspended about 35 feet into the air and then released.
1, release.
So how did it turn out for the crash test dummies? Well, engineers say the helicopter and its passengers survived this severe crash relatively intact as a result of the deployable energy absorber. Engineers plan more tests soon to further validate this design.
If this idea is someday used in real-world conditions, it will almost certainly save lives. Of course, NASA engineers believe this technology could also be used in passenger cars. Okay, so we know NASA is working hard to make flying even safer than it is today, but there's still lots of people out there who are afraid to fly. If you're one of those people, listen up, because Johnny went to the airport with a NASA engineer who will hopefully allay those flying fears.
Think about it. Nearly every day you probably hop in your car to drive somewhere, right? And I bet you hardly ever think about how dangerous it can actually be. In fact, driving in the US is so dangerous, there are literally millions of accidents every year. So statistically, every one of us will be in a car accident at least once in our lifetime. Now, even knowing how dangerous driving can be, I personally can't think of anyone that's afraid to drive, or at least ride in a car. But what about the fear of flying? Come on, don't you know somebody that's afraid to fly? Yeah. In fact, the fear of flying ranks in the top 5 phobias in the world, right behind fear of snakes. Ugh. But is this fear rational? Well, I can't answer that, but I can tell you that flying is much safer and much greener, thanks to NASA research. Anna, how are you?
Hey, Johnny.
Good to see you.
How's it going? Good to see you.
Good, good. Thank you so much for meeting me out here at the airport.
Sure.
Right off the bat, you know, we hear that flying is safe.
Yeah.
How safe is flying?
Well, flying is still the safest form of transportation. A lot of people feel safer in their cars, but really, airplanes by far are the safest form of transportation.
Really?
And at NASA, you know, we're not only making the airplane safer, considerably safer, we're also making the airplane more efficient. We are addressing the environmental challenge for aviation.
So how does NASA do their testing? I mean, is it still done in wind tunnels, or?
We do a lot of wind tunnel testing. We also do ground testing for our structures and materials. We actually make panels or parts of airplanes.
Oh, wow.
We shake them to death. We break them sometimes
Really?
on purpose to find out where the breakage points will be. We also do things, we do flight tests at NASA Dryden. We actually fly, do new technologies of airplanes on current aircraft. to see how they'll perform. We do testing out at our NASA Glenn facility on engines, combustors and turbines, and look at new blades that will go inside the airplane engines to make sure they're very, very efficient. So we do considerably a lot of testing on the ground, in the sky, and then we also do something in the computers. We create very elaborate mathematical models so that we can predict how things will perform in the computer before they actually happen.
Wow.
So that when someone asks us, how do we know this technology works?
Yeah.
We've done the testing in a wind tunnel or a flight test or an engine test, and then we also have a mathematical model that simulates that performance the same way that it happened in a lab.
Really?
So that we can use our math tools to design new technologies accurately and predict what their performance will be.
All right, so growing up as a kid, I grew up kind of near an airport. Yeah, lots of noise.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Are we doing anything about this?
Oh, yes. Noise reduction is a part of the environmental challenge we really have. We want to, airplanes are so vital to our economy, we have to keep flying, and we're going to increase the number of airplanes that are flying. But we cannot increase the amount of noise that we create.
Okay.
So we are developing technologies for the airframe, the airplane itself, as well as the engine to reduce how much noise that's been created. A long-term goal is to contain all the noise the airplane creates in the airport boundary. So if you live next to the airport like you did growing up, you won't actually hear the airplanes taking off and landing. This involves technology within the engine, believe it or not, and as well as on the outside of the engine, on the cowling of the engine. Like we've created something working with Boeing and many other partners called chevrons. They look like little teeth on the back end of the engine, and those actually reduce the noise that the engine creates. Then on the airplane itself, we're looking at how you can change parts of the wings, the front end, we call the leading edge, as well as the back edge, the trailing edge of the wing, so we can smooth it out so there's less edges, so we create quieter flight. Wow. And we're looking at reducing the noise, even at the landing gear create noise, so you wouldn't even think. Our challenges today are to make the airplane even safer than they are today, so we reduce the mishaps and any problems that we have on airplanes.
Sure.
But also our goals for environmental conservancy are huge. We want to reduce how much fuel the airplane uses by 40% and in the long term 70%. Wow. You're not getting a 70% reduction in how much fuel the airplane burns by using today's technology.
True.
So we have to bring in new technology to make the airplane even lighter than it is today without sacrificing safety and in fact improving safety while we're doing it.
Anna, thank you so much for everything.
Thanks a bunch, it's great.
It was a lot of fun today.
Thanks.
Definitely. And guys, so anybody out there that's afraid of flying, don't be. You heard what she had to say, right?
For Johnny Alonso, I'm Jennifer Pulley. Catch you next time on NASA 360.
We're going to understand how they perform. We're going to make those technologies ready for tomorrow.
Check it out. Now we're at the races.
So if you hit the ground like this, it's going to offer lots of protection, right? Oh, well. And that was not sheer, that's just, yeah, so.
But researchers also need to see this craft fly in the real world. And what better place to do it than where the, guy's like waving over, all right.
And we're also going to see how NASA is flying. Yeah. Sorry, what else can we see?
Tom, I don't think we need that page. We're good.
mamas. There's our applause. Thank you, mamas, for getting them all ready. I got 2 of my own. That's a hard job, isn't it? Getting them all out the door. So, yay. I heard that you are going to be talking about, or are talking about, being creative at the library. Is that true? And using your imagination. Well, guess what Jess and I are here today to do? To see if you have your imagination turned on. That's right. To see if it's on. My name is Miss Debbie, and I used to be the children's librarian and used to work with that lady right back there. Who is that? Miss Donna at Smyrna Library. But the more important thing is that this fellow right behind me is my cousin Jesse. I want you to give him a big hand. Mr. Jesse, who can guess how old he is? Take a guess. 42. You're holding up good, Jess. Oh, what, anybody else? You're getting on up. Who else? Anybody else? What do you think, baby? 12. Oh, you went down a little. You went down a little bit. 5. Oh, how old are you, Jess? He is 14, guys. When he was 4 years old, I want you to raise your hand if you're 4. When he was 4 years old, he started playing the keyboard. Do you think he used his imagination and his creativity? Oh, yeah. So he's the big one that's here today, that I'm so glad that he's here. All right, well, I tell you what. Let's get started by singing an old song. Everybody stand up. If you're happy and you know it, Mr. Jess is going to play with us. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. Funny face. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Excellent job. Give yourself a round of applause. Have a seat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bottoms on the floor. I even see some friends from Smyrna out there. I see Miss Allison. I see all my friends. I'm so glad you're here today. Hey, you know what? The first thing we've got to do is see if our imaginations are turned on, right? We can't do this if it's not. Jess, did I bring anything? Let me look over here in my magic bag. Hey, I did. Look what I brought. That's right. Look what I brought. A doctor. Or it's that big long word Miss Debbie can't say. She said it. A stethoscope. But that's not what this one is. Look how different it looks. It's round on both sides. This is the great Imaginator. Did you hear that? The Imaginator sees if your imagination is turned on. I am coming out. Now, but there's one problem. When we get a little older, sometimes our imagination goes kind of down. But guess what? Yours is popping. Watch. Woo! Did you hear that? Oh my goodness. Now watch what happens when you put it on a mama. Watch what happens. Oh, it's in there. It just hadn't been used a whole lot. All right, let's try one more spot. Who else? How about this one? Can I put it right on the end of that? It might blow it up. Let's see. Are you ready? Woo! Did you hear it? Did you hear it? Oh, let's try one more. Let's try one more. One more, mama. One more. Oh, are you ready? Oh. Boy, this thing's good, isn't it? Let's see what happens when we put it on Miss Deb. Are you ready? It might blow up. You think? Here we go. Uh-oh. Not good. Well, guess what our job is today? It's to make sure everybody has got their imagination turned on. So now we got this out of the way. Whew, once we get to doing all this imagination and it's floating up in the sky, where are we going to put it, Jess? Did you bring anything today? I wonder if there's anything we could put it in. Did you really? That might work too. Let me try this magic bag. Oh, hey, are you using this, Jessie? You're not using that? That'll work. Let's see if it's empty. It looks like it does. Oh, is there anything in there? Nothing in there. What do we need to fill this up with? Money, I heard it. Go, Mama. What do we need to, what else can we fill it up with? Water or imagination. Are you ready? We got to turn it on. Are you ready? You gonna help me? Now we're gonna say an old saying. Are you ready? I like to read it, read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it. Oh. Oh no. It's hot. It's getting hot. Ooh. Ooh. Everybody say, y'all did that so good you turned it on and it got hot. Which means it's going to collect all of our imagination. Are you ready? Let's start by reading a book. That's the best way to do it ever. Look at this big old book. Look at this big old book. This is so old. This is so old, and there's so many things in here that'll help our imagination. Jessie, would you mind playing a little something with this? He will do a little bit of that. This is called If. What if zebras had stars and stripes? Wouldn't that be cool? Uh-oh. What if lightning made rhinos? It'd be something. They'd be trampling all over the place. Uh-oh. What if whales lived in outer space? Look at them. Walk it. It would be. Would they be heavy or would they be light? Light. Very good. Oh, this one tickles. Are you ready? What if butterflies were closed? Ooh, that would tickle, wouldn't it? Would that tickle? Yeah. Oh, this one's so cool. Hold your hand out in front of you. Hold your hand in front. What if music could be held? You ever think about it? You know what one friend said? He said, I'd put some music in this hand, and I'd put some music in this hand, and I'd cram it in my ears. How about that? That'd be kind of cool. He used his imagination. Oh, yeah, by the way, Jesse doesn't talk that much. He gets kind of shy. But he uses his new friend, his new keyboard. All right? So you might hear some funny stuff. Ooh. What if leaves were fish? Shoo. Would that stink? That stink. Uh-oh. Oh, this is gross, Jesse. Are you ready? What if toes were teeth? No! That was funny. That is funny. Uh-oh. Now, I hope I don't offend anybody in here. All right. I hope not. What if kids had tails? I didn't, did I? Oh, whew. Came close the other day. Almost. Hit that. Uh-huh. It's an elephant. Yeah. Hey, what if cats could fly? Soaring above the clouds? Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. What if that old moon of ours was square? Whoa. I think we're filling our jar up every time we read a page. Ew. Another gross one. Are you ready? What if caterpillars were toothpaste? That's right. Oh, nasty. Uh-oh. What if old worms had wheels? Watch them go by. You ready? Whoa. Whoa. Did you see that fast worm? Oh, no. See, there'd be all that going on. Gotta call the insurance, huh? Well, the very last one says, what if ants could count? Hi. You say, hey, ant, how old am I? And he tell you, isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? Give yourselves a hand. You are great listeners. I love it, I love it, I love it. Well, Jesse, did you have fun making those sounds? You know what? Mr. Jesse wants to make his sounds again. So let's do something. Let's have Mr. Jesse make some sounds on his new toy, and we'll figure out what they are. Maybe we'll make 100. You think? Let's make 100. Hold your hand up in front of you. Ready? Go, Jess. What is it? It's a heartbeat. Is that right? We're going to make 100. You ready? Hold your hand up in front. Go, Jess. A train? You think that's what it is? Is it a train? We did it again. You want to do one more? Ready? Go, Jess. Is that a helicopter? Yay! Give yourselves a hand. You made 100. Boy, our imaginations are just a popping. But you know what? Miss Debbie can't read for long and do all that stuff without getting some wiggles out. Are you ready to get some wiggles out? Mr. Jesse's going to do a song called Jump. All right? Let's stand up. I want you to clap those hands. All right. Let's get these wiggles all out. Clap way up high. Touch those flamingos. Woo! Uh-oh. Now, clap in the middle. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Go all the way down. Go all the way down. All right. The name of this song is Jump. I want you to jump. Go, 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 go. Jump, 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 jump. Get all those wiggles out. Oh, oh, God. Oh, God. Woo. Oh, my goodness. Look at all the, y'all are moving everything. Woo. Oh. You know what? I can't jump no more. You just keep right on going. Okay. I think that's good. Is all your wiggles out? It's all of them? All right. Everybody have a seat on your body. Woo. Y'all are dealing with an old woman. I can't be jumping like that. Whew, who used to do that song, Jesse? Van Halen. I can't be doing all that Van Halen. Whew, that's hard work. Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. Well, I got a book now that I think you've heard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put those hands in your lap. Let's see what's next. You ready? Let's turn those ears on. You ready? Hey, Allison did it. Let's do that. I had on Miss Allison last year in my class. She's so sweet. All right, guys. I got a book right now that I think you've heard, but I think you're going to enjoy it because I'm going to need some friends to help me with this. And Mr. Jesse's going to be calling on friends that are crisscross applesauce, hands in your lap, and he's going to be calling on. Let's see. Jesse, how about these? Will they help you to see our friends? This is a big crowd. They gotta help us. Let's see. You just come up here to me whenever you do. Get out of his way.
I see a guy in a blue shirt.
Guy in a blue shirt right there with the green collar on. Come stand with me, buddy. That's you. He's looking around. It's you, sweetheart. Come here. Come here. You want to help me stand? Stand right here. Will you stand right here? Will you stand right there? Thank you, dear. All right, Jess, who else you got? My dad. Who's got my dad on his shirt? You do? Will you come help me? Give me my hand. Yay. Come on, sweetheart. Stand right here. All right, Jess, we need one more. Let's look. Yeah, well, we'll 3 more, don't we? The girl in the pink, holding a little girl in her lap. Okay, come on up, sweetheart. He can stand right here if he wants to. I know it. Look at my rock star I got up here. Oh, don't tickle. All right, stand right here, baby. Stand right there. All right, who else, Jess? Blonde hair and a red shirt. Where's Blonde? Oh, I see you. Come here, big man. Come here and help me step. He's like, I don't want to do that. Why are you calling up? Come here, baby. Stay right here. Stay right here. Oh, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. We need one more, Jesse. He's looking. He's looking. Oh. The one that's looking back right now. Right here, baby. You, sweetie, come here and help us. Stay right here for me. Stay right here. We have got some things that I need for you to hold, okay? Will you hold that up? That's the chest. That's what that is. And this is the arm. Will you hold that up on your arm for me? Oh, he rocks. Good deal. Let's see what else I got in here. There. There's a hand. Can you do the... Oh, you already got red on. The head. Can you hold that up for me? And let's do one more. Oh, this is the funny part. What? Everybody say that. What? Oh, my goodness. Will you hold that up? All right. Let's see what this book's all about. This is called I Ain't Gonna Paint No More. And they're going to hold up different parts that this little boy paints. Will you help me do this? Oh, let's see what it's about. One day, my mama caught me painting on the floor, on the ceiling, on the walls, on the curtain, and even on the door. Oh, and I thought, Mama started yelling, you ain't gonna paint no more. She took his paints away, didn't she? And she put them way up high in top of that closet, she did. But guess who was on the steps watching? He was, wasn't he? What's your name? Well, I saw where Mama put those paints, and I climbed up high, but I ain't gonna paint no more, I promise. But then that red got to looking at me, so I took some red and I painted my head. Hold up that head. Can you hold up that head? Good job. Well, what the heck? What if I go ahead and I just paint my neck? Very good. Point to your neck. Where's your neck? Oh, my goodness. Uh-oh. I guess there ain't no harm if I go ahead and I paint my chest. Oh, my goodness. Look at his tummy. He looks like an Easter egg. Oh, guess there ain't no harm, though. Here comes your part. Here ain't no harm if I paint my arm. Good job, buddy. Good job. But I just can't stand it if I don't paint my hand. Everybody hold up your hand. Let me see those pretty hands. Oh, I love it. Oh, then I see some black and I decide to paint my... Have you read this? You're too good. Back. Oh, like an Easter egg, I'm gonna paint my... I heard it. Oh, leg. Look at that leg. Hold your leg up. Oh. Now, I ain't gonna paint no more, though. That's it. That's all I'm gonna do. But still, I'm not complete until I paint my feet. Oh, look at his toes. Oh, my goodness. Now, I ain't gonna paint no more. But you know what? I am such a nut. Oh, Jesse, there's something in this book. We can't show that. I'm gonna paint my... Oh. What is that? Oh, we can't show all that. Oh. Now, y'all don't faint, because I ran out of paint, and I really ain't gonna paint no more. That little boy finished painting. Yeah. Give our friends a hand for holding up all their stuff. Give our friends a hand. Thank you, sweetheart. You may have a seat. Thank you, rock star. No problem. Give me 5, buddy. Thank you. Good job. Hey, you know what? I think it's time we get some more wiggles out. That's what I think. Are you ready to stand up? Let's do this song. Let me tell you a real quick story about it. Mrs. Robin is on Good Morning America. And Miss Robin woke up one morning and she was so sad. She had just found out she was sick. And when she found out she was sick, she was very sad. Can you show me a sad face? And she said, I can either be sad or I can be very, very happy. This is what she did. She wrote a song. And it's called It's a Beautiful Day. I'm going to need your clapping hands for this one. Will you help me? Good job. Early in the morning, it's the dawn of a new day. New hopes, new dreams, new ways. Open up my eyes and open up my mind, and I wonder how life will surprise me today. Early in the morning, it's the dawn of a new day. New hopes, new dreams, new ways. Open up my eyes and open up my mind, and I wonder how life will surprise me today. Oh, it's a beautiful day. Oh, it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. You know why it's a beautiful day? Because you're standing in the library. That's exactly right. Very, very, very good. 1, 2, 3, 4 bottoms on the floor. Good job. It is always a beautiful day. When you come to the library, this is the best place to turn on your imagination. That's exactly right. Well, Miss Debbie brought one more book. Oh, Miss Lorna, can they count their books that I've read today on there? Did you hear that? We're already 3 up for the day. Cool. This is more for the mamas than it is for us. I had to bring one for us. This is called The Dot. Here we go. This is, you've heard it, hadn't you? I know it. This is all about our creativity and the things that we can create. Let's see what Vanessa does. Art class was all over with, and Vanessa sat glued in her chair. That paper was all empty. Well, her teacher leaned over and she looked at that blank piece of paper and she said, "Oh, you got a polar bear in a snowstorm." Well, Vanessa had a mean look on her face. Can you show me a mean look? Ooh, scary. She said, "Very funny, teacher." She said, "Well, just make a mark and see where it takes you." So Vanessa grabbed her marker. Can you grab your marker with me? She grabbed that marker and she jabbed it right down on that paper. She said, there you go." Well, the teacher took that paper and she said, "Perfect. Now sign it. Will you sign that for me?" Vanessa said, "There's one thing that's true. I may not can draw, but I sure can write my name. So let's take our pencil." And she scribbled her name real fast on there. She said, "There." You think Vanessa was being very nice? Well, the next day she walked into art class, and there was her dot hanging on the wall. But this time it was in this old shiny frame, and she crossed her arms over her. Can you do that? Make that mean face. She said, "Huh, I can make a better dot than that." So she opened up her never-before-opened paints because, you know, she couldn't draw. And she started making dots. And she even made dots where there weren't any paint at all. Look at there. Well, she even got so good that at school they had an art show. And they put all that art up in the hallway. And a little boy walked up to Vanessa and he said, "You are such a good painter. I wish I could do that." She said, "I bet you can. You just got to try. That's all you got to do." He said, "Oh, no. I can't even make a straight line with a ruler." That's pretty bad, isn't it? That's hard, isn't it, Allison? Ooh. Well, Vanessa smiled, and she handed him a pencil. Everybody grab your pencil. And she picked it up, and he did a little squiggly line. Make a squiggly line with me. Squiggly line across that paper. Oh, Vanessa looked at his paper and she said, huh, not bad. Now, will you please do something for me? Will you please sign it? Who asked her to sign her paper? The teacher. All that little boy had to do was what? Try. I heard it. Good job. Good job. Well, that's 3 books we got under our belt. We got If, we got The Dot, and we got I Ain't Gonna Paint No More, right? We got 3 books under there. Hey, you know what I almost forgot about? I wonder if Miss Lorna would come up here and help us. I almost forgot about our jar. That's right. You know our jar that we were going to fill up with imagination? You think it's full of anything? Think so? Miss Lorna, will you come see? We need to make sure. There's your little walking music while you're coming up. Let's see. If anything falls out, we got to put it in something. So let me hold it. Here goes Rocky. All right. Okay, that's fine. Uh-oh. It's hot. It's hot. Ooh, you want to touch that? She got her apron on. I don't know. Let's see. Ooh, yeah, you gotta hold it. Take that top off. Uh-oh. You ready? I hope we put something in it. Hot. Okay. Don't burn yourself. Ooh. Try one more turn. Yeah, try that, Miss Lorna. Oh, 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 it's hot. Are you ready? Let's see if it has anything in it. Look what we did. We filled up our jar with imagination. Yay! Thank you, Miss Lorna. Ooh, it's hot. That's right. Hot, hot, hot. Oh, my goodness. Give yourselves a hand. Give yourselves a hand. Well, we have got something a little bit different today than what Miss Deb's been doing, but I am so excited. I used to do, a long time ago, I had a friend that was called Varmint. And Mr. Varmint used to be with me at Smyrna, and sometimes he just kind of follows me around a little bit. Would you like to see him today? Would you like to see him? Let me go see if he's back here. Miss Donna's going to come up, and she's going to do a song with us. It's called Driving in Your Car. Do you remember that song? Do you remember that song? Oh, cool. Let me go see if he's back here, okay? I'm not real sure. I'm going to take this off. It might kind of scare him. Let me turn this off.
All the imagination that you all created. All right, let's get this all together. I'd like for everyone to stand up for just a moment. Varmint is a little bit slow. Everyone reach up high for me. I reach up high and I bend down low. I reach for the sky and I touch my toes. Okay, and I jump 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and I turn around 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and I sit flat on my bottom.
Whose voice is that out there? Who is that? I kind of know that voice, but I can't tell you where.
Oh, Varmint.
It knows my name too. What's going on?
Varmint, it has been, 4 or 5 years since I've seen you.
Who is that woman right there? Who is it?
Varmint sometimes cannot see me. Oh,
Whoa! Well, I remember that all right there. That's my Miss Donner! Hi, Flip! Oh, yeah! How are you, Miss Donner?
I am doing fabulous.
What's all these people? Hello, everybody. How you doing right there?
They came to see Miss Debbie and Jessie. Isn't that neat?
Get out. They came all the way up to see that. Oh, okay, all right. Well, I know it.
Miss Debbie has a beautiful voice, and you know that.
Well, get out of here. my goodness.
And wait, you're really gonna get this one.
What?
I got married. Can you believe that? Get up here.
Miss Donner,
Get up here.
I can't. My heart's broken. It fell in the floor right there.
I'm sure
Now you said I was it. You said I was all of it right there.
Well, you are it, and you are all of it. You're just the shorter version.
Oh, I got you now.
All right, listen. We've
What?
got to let these friends get on with their day.
That's true.
But we've got to go driving.
Can we do it, Miss Donner?
You guys like to go driving in your car today?
Oh, let me get my stuff together. All right. All right.
We'll go driving in the car. How many of you walked to the library today? Raise your hand. Excellent. How many of you rode a bicycle? Oh, wow. How many of you came in a car? How about a van? How about a truck? Did anyone fly here in an airplane?
Well, I'm going home with them.
I'm impressed. So one way or the other, you were going to get to the library, and that's a good thing. All right.
All right, I'm ready there, Miss Donner.
Here we go. I'm going to need you all to help sing along. So if you will stand up, because we get a little jazzy and we get a little dancey with the song. All right. We're ready, Miss Florida.
There's our music, Miss Donner. So let's go sing right there.
You know what would be lots of fun? Go out. Get a car seat. Play artist. Come on.
I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
You know what would be really cool if we put on our really fashionable cool sunglasses? Come on, let's do it. I've got my
They fall off of me right there.
I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. You know all the movie stars that we
Hey, I got a scarf right there.
Scarves that they wrap around their necks and let fly out in the wind.
How about that?
Scarves on
Like
everybody.
this right there?
I've got my scarf from my nose.
Even that.
I've got my sunglasses.
She's hard right there.
I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
We hit a bump. We hit a bump.
You know that sun is really, really hot.
Ooh, it's hot.
Out on our heads, you know. It'll keep the sun out of our eyes. So hot. Okay, everybody ready?
It don't match, but that's all right. We hit a bump there, Miss Donner. We hit a bump and listen at it. Boy, I'm taking this back. Oh, Miss Lorna Roxwood. What's wrong with her hair, Miss What? Now that'll work right there. I can't say. Well, I couldn't see her. What's wrong with her hair? Don't tell nobody that. Yeah. Well, I think that job gone bad right there, Miss. Yeah. What's that boy right there do? Where'd he go? See up there? Hey, you. What'd you do with that big thing?
Hey, Jesse, can you play some more music so we can dance around while Miss Florida gets her CD?
Don't lose your hair, Miss Warner. Oh, listen to this. Get out. That's good right there with your music. Oh, he knows what we like. Oh, no, can't do it. Sing it, Dennis, sing it right there. Well, check it out right there. Doing that fancy handwork right there. Listen at him, Miss Donner. I see it right now. I'm in the just didn't tell me. Yep. That's right. ESPN and all that. Boy, give him a hand.
Your bottoms off the floor.
Well, there's a twist. Yeah.
We are getting ready to go driving in our car. One more time.
Don't hit the bumps now, all right? Drive straight. No bumps there, Miss Luck. I hope her hair comes back. Boy. All right, here we go.
Well, you know what would be lots of fun? Let's go out and you can get Harvey. Whoa, right there. Come on, you can come with us. It'll be lots of fun. Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. You know what would be really cool?
Put them sunglasses.
I've got my sunglasses on. I'm driving in my car.
Woo, we cool. Look at us. Here's where the bump was. Be careful.
You know, all the movie stars that we see, they always say,
Here she goes. I bet she's gonna tighten it up for me. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. That'd fall off right there. Oh, there it is. You just won't tie that on, mate. Oh, here she goes. Here she goes.
I'm a movie star, driving in my car. You know, the sun is really hot. Let's put a hat on our heads and it'll keep the sun out of our eyes.
Yeah, that'd be good right there.
I've got my hat on my head.
Ain't no hairs right there, Miss Hunter.
I've got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on. I'm driving in my car.
You're too cool.
I'm driving in my car. I'm driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. You know, when I was a little girl, I used to watch.
What you need?
All
Oh, my doggy.
always had a little teeny tiny poodle dog sitting on the seat right next to them.
Well, he worked. He ain't a poodle. That worked. How's that?
Everybody ready?
Ain't you cute?
I've got my little dog next to me. I got my hat on my head. I got my scarf around my neck. And I got my sunglasses on. I'm driving in my car. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. I'm driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. You know, it wouldn't be the same if we didn't have really good music that we could look into. Let's put the radio on. I've got the radio turned on.
Hey, that's little Leonard Skinner right there, Miss Donner.
That's so cool.
That's
Can
good.
you
Look,
dig
pretty
it?
much.
Oh, it's so groovy. Let's dance.
Oh, yeah.
I've got my poodle dog next to me. I've got my hat on my head. I've got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on.
What's the hole?
I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
Oh, what a good job right there. Oh, I gotta get that scarf off. Can't breathe. All right, now, here we go. Oh, I know it. You did a good job.
1, 2, 3, 4. Put your bottoms on the floor.
You know what? I have missed you like crazy. I'm gonna tell you. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm so glad these friends came out right there.
I know you're so glad to have all of these friends
Yes, sir.
that when I sent Miss Debbie and Mr. Bobby an invitation to the wedding,
Yeah?
I received a letter from Garnet.
That's right, you did. I had to have my piece right there. Uh-huh, I did. Yeah. Oh, good job right there. Bye, friends. Bye, Jessie. See you later. Bye, guys. Bye, Mister. I don't know. I think she got tired. I don't know. Not sure. All right. Bye, friends.
Good job.
La
and gentlemen, the next king of pop, Aaron Carter.
Alright, hey, what's up? I'm Aaron Carter, and just to let you know, I always use a lot of math, science, and technology in my concerts and shows. That's why I want you to watch the NASA Y-Files. It's great. It makes learning math, science, and technology fun. So stay right where you are and check out the NASA Y-Files.
Hey, you, hey, me, yeah, you come see our clubhouse in a tree. We are kids on a mission to educate ourselves about the NASA vision. Come explore math and science, cause that's what makes our alliance. We are the Wi-Fi Club. We yearn to learn and want to see everything that we can be. So come join us on our journey. Don't you touch that dial. And welcome to the NASA Wi-Fi.
When it comes to solving the Treehouse Detective's latest mystery, you need to answer these key questions. How does light travel? How does the problem board help the Treehouse Detectives? What are the 4 parts of a wave?
That's cool.
That's amazing.
I wish I could be Franz Ferrari.
Why?
Because then I could make that bright red sun disappear.
Look at the sunset. It's so red it looks like a ball of fire.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to perform the most amazing trick.
What's with him? I bet he thinks he's a magician.
Watch closely. Before your very own eyes, I will make this coin disappear.
Okay, Franz, I've got to see this one.
Abracadabra, make this coin disappear. Gone.
Where did it go?
It went up his sleeve.
It did not. It's magic.
Then make us disappear because that sunset is blinding.
Yeah.
But no one's here.
The magician is here.
Jacob.
I'm starting to get this magic stuff down.
Welcome to Kids Science News Network's morning show. Get out of bed! You're going to be late! I'm Ted Toon. This morning's top KSNN story, red skies, warning or delight? We go now to I Am Listening with a live report.
Thanks, Ted. I'm here with Captain Mac Arell of the cargo ship Dawn's Early Light. Now, Captain, the saying goes, red skies at night, sailor's delight. Red skies in morning, sailor take warning. Are you delighted or worried?
I just don't know. It's supposed to be one or the other. I'm so confused.
Well, Ted, it looks like we may never know. Back to you.
Thanks for that illuminating report, I Am. So far, no one has been able to explain the mystery of the red skies over the area. Stay tuned to KSNN for more information.
Last night, we noticed that the sunset was a deep, deep red.
I know. Maybe there's a fire around here, and we're seeing the reflection in the sky.
This looks like a case for us to solve.
I can see the headlines now. The Treehouse Detectives solved the case of the mysterious red light with magic.
Jacob, give it up.
Give what up?
He's up to his magic tricks.
Yeah, I saw some of them yesterday.
Where can we start our investigation?
With the NASA Y-Files investigation log sheet. It's great. You should really use it in your investigation.
Go to the NASA Y-Files website, then click on the treehouse. Then click on the tool selection.
Now click on the investigation log sheet and print it out.
Hey, here's Dr. D. Maybe he can give us a list of experts. This is all part of Science's inquiry.
Here I am.
What are you doing?
Just an experiment that didn't work very well. But I'll show you an experiment that will work. Watch this.
That's magic.
No, not magic. It's just good science. If I poke the skewer through this end, where it's not stretched very much, and take it out to the tip, where it's also not stretched, it won't burst. But if I poke it in the side like this,
it would pop.
That's because it's being stretched too tight.
That's great. Dr. D, have you noticed the red sunrises and sunsets?
yes, I have. I just watched a report on it on KSNN.
We decided that this is a case for the Treehouse Detectives.
We want to know what's making the sunrises and sunsets so red.
The Treehouse Detectives have solved a lot of problems. think back. Where do you usually begin?
In the treehouse?
Yes, that's correct, but there's a tool you always use in your investigations.
I know it. It's a scientific method.
Yes, again, remember, this is a tool you can use every day.
We know our problem. I wrote it down in our investigation log. Why are the sunrises and sunsets so red?
All right, you have your problem. What comes next?
Probably research, since we don't know much about the problem.
Research means asking a lot of questions, making observations, and talking to a lot of experts.
That's correct. Remember, with the scientific method, you research the problem, form a hypothesis, and then test the hypothesis. It's not always easy.
We know that for a fact.
In our past cases, we tested our hypothesis by experimenting and collecting data.
I think you're ready to tackle the sunset problem now.
Thanks, Dr. D. I'm sure we'll be back.
Let's see. What would make the sunset so red?
Red's a color.
And the sun gives the earth light. But why would the light from the sun be a deeper red now? I don't know, but I think we need to do research on light.
Yeah, because I think light has colors in it.
I'm doing an internet search on light. Maybe we can find a museum that has an exhibit on light. I'm typing the keywords science, museum, and light into the search engine. There are a lot of museums listed. Here's one in Boston. It's called the Boston Museum of Science. It looks really cool. PJ and his parents are in Boston. I'll send him an email and tell him to take a trip to the museum.
I hope he remembers to take the investigation log sheet. If you go on a field trip of your own, this is a great worksheet to take with you to record all of your information.
That's weird. When I look on top of the mural, I can't see anything. Then, when I look at the filter, I can see everything. Why is that?
It's because of polarization. Welcome to the Boston Museum of Science. My name is Michael Sheese, and I'm in charge of the museum's physical science program.
Hi, Mr. Sheese. I'm PJ. Well, you see, the treehouse detective sent me an email, and they said that coming here would be a great place to learn more about light. So here I am.
We've got a great exhibit on light and optics called Lighthouse. What exactly would you like to know about light?
Well, I think I should understand what exactly is light.
I've got a great place to start.
Okay, great.
All light is energy. Do you know what the main source of energy is here on Earth?
The sun?
That's exactly right. The sun is a natural source of energy. Light can be either artificial or natural. What might be an example of an artificial source?
Would that be something like a light bulb?
That's right. In fact, I happen to have one right here.
Cool.
Let's go.
Okay. Is light the same whether it's artificial or natural?
All light is made up of photons.
We learned about photons in our electricity mystery.
And did you learn about atoms too?
Yes, we did. There are 3 different parts: protons, neutrons, and electrons.
That's right. The electrons that make up light are unstable, and from time to time they absorb energy. One of the ways the atom gets rid of this energy is it releases it in a bundle of light called a photon.
Are there different kinds of photons?
Yes. The amount of energy that's in the photon determines what kind of light wave is produced.
Wait a minute. Light is a wave?
That's right. In fact, I've got a demonstration of it right here. I'm going to hold on to my end of the rope, but I'd like you to take the other end of the rope. And if you can wiggle it back and forth, we can demonstrate what a light wave might look like. Light coming from the sun takes 8 minutes to reach us, and that's 98 million miles away.
Whoa, that's fast!
As you can see here, light travels in a straight line called a ray.
Yes, but then when I put the light on the prism, the light bends.
That's right. Light will travel in a straight line unless it hits something and becomes obstructed.
Oh, I think I understand.
Why don't you take some time and explore some of our other exhibits on light and optics?
Thanks. I saw some great exhibits that I want to go to.
Great.
Bye.
See ya.
Wow, this is so weird. I can't grab the spring. This is just like what I saw in the Franz Harari's magic show. Man. Am I seeing things? And for my final light exhibit, I can create my own picture by waving a wand.
Wow, the sunrise this morning was even redder than the one yesterday. I read PJ's investigation log online, and his notes on the Boston Science Museum are great.
Hey guys.
Hi.
You really missed out on a fantastic trip. Look what I brought back. It's called a prism.
Ooh, let me see it.
I learned at the Boston Museum of Science that light travels in waves, and it's also a ray.
But we learned in math class that a ray is a straight line. How can light travel in waves and be a straight line? What do we know?
We know that there have been bright red sunsets and sunrises.
We know that light travels in a wave. What do we need to know? We need to find out how light can travel in waves and a straight line. Where can we go? NASA Langley Research Center is probably the best place to start.
I knew you'd say that, but it's so true. To do flight research, you have to study a lot of different things in the sky.
Hi, my name is Clayton Turner. I'm a research engineer here at NASA Langley Research Center.
Hi, I'm Kaylee. I'm Catherine. Nice to meet you. We're trying to solve a problem, and we need to know how light can travel in a wave and a straight line at the very same time.
Well, perhaps I can help. I do a lot of research with light on this laboratory.
That doesn't look like a laboratory. That looks like a plane.
Well, this is NASA Langley's 757 Ares research aircraft. Come on board.
Do you fly this plane?
No, I don't fly the plane. We use this plane to conduct research. In particular, we use light to study the atmosphere.
What's that?
This is a spectrometer. Let's go in the back and I'll tell you a little bit more about it. This is a spectrometer. It collects light and sorts it by wavelength.
Can you tell us more about light as a wave in a straight line?
Yes, light can be thought of as particles called photons that travel in a wave-like pattern.
But we also learned that light can travel in a ray, which is a straight line.
Yes, a simple model of light is called a ray or straight line. The arrow at the end of the line shows the direction that the photon is traveling in.
But what about a wave?
Light, or electromagnetic radiation, is a form of energy called radiant energy that has an electric field and a magnetic field. If you take the simple model shown on the screen and add an electric field, it would look like this.
That looks funny.
Look at the ends of the electric field.
It looks kind of like a wave, but why are the lines different heights?
First, let's look at a model of the wave.
He knows magic too.
The top of the wave is called the crest. The bottom of the wave is called the trough. The wavelength is measured from the top of one crest to the top of the next crest.
Do different wavelengths mean different things?
Yes, color is typically described by the wavelength or frequency. For visible light, violet has the shortest wavelength and red has the longest.
So what is frequency?
Frequency is the number of times the crest of the wave passes a stationary point.
I get it. So the shorter the wavelength, the more waves would pass a stationary point, and that would be high frequency. So violet is high frequency, and red is low frequency. Is there anything else we should know about a wave?
Yes, amplitude.
Why is this important?
The amplitude is half the distance from the crest to the trough. The higher the amplitude and frequency, the higher the energy.
Thanks for letting us go on the 757. We learned a lot.
I really hope this information helps you solve your problem.
So what's our hypothesis? I think it should be that there are low-frequency waves in the sky. That makes the sky red. I'll write this hypothesis in our investigation log. I guess that makes sense. I don't know what could be causing the low-frequency waves, though. Think we should do a little research. Remember, in our past cases, our hypothesis hasn't always been correct.
So what's up? Will the Treehouse detectives find out what's causing the red sunrises and sunsets? Could there be something causing low-frequency waves in the sky? Stay tuned for more of The Case of the Mysterious Red Light.
The Treehouse detectives still need your help. Look for answers to the following questions to solve the mystery. How does light refract and reflect? Find examples of translucent, transparent, and opaque. Why is the sky blue?
What's that spot on my clothes? Where'd it go? It disappeared.
There it is on the wall. How did it get over there?
With my mirror. When light hits the mirror, it bounces around the room. Light can bounce? I'm confused. I thought we learned from Mr. Turner that light travels in a ray.
This isn't doing that.
We need to find out because they could be low-frequency waves bouncing around the sky. Where should we go?
My class went on a field trip to the Jefferson Lab in Newport News, Virginia. They do a lot of research there.
Let's get up and go.
Hi, I'm Michelle Shen. Welcome to the Department of Energy's Jefferson Lab.
Hi, Dr. Shen. This is a neat-looking place. What do you do here?
Well, I'm a laser physicist. That's a scientist who studies and makes different kinds of lasers and uses them to hit different objects.
Lasers, like in Star Wars?
Well, sort of like that. So anyway, what can I help you with today?
We were using mirrors this morning and noticed a light bounced around the room. We want to know more about how light bounces.
Well, I'd be happy to answer that for you, Bianca. Light that bounces off a surface is called reflective light. The type of surface determines the kind of reflection you get.
A mirror is really shiny. Does that make a difference?
It makes a big difference. If the surface is shiny, then the image you see looks just like the object.
So a surface that is not shiny and smooth will scatter light?
That's right. You catch on really fast.
Does light only reflect?
No, light also refracts.
What does refracted mean?
Well, Bianca, I think it's easiest to show you. Okay, Bianca, we need to put on some gloves and goggles because we're going to work with some liquid nitrogen.
We use these in science.
Good. It helps to be safe when you're doing experiments.
What's that stuff bubbling?
It's liquid nitrogen. We're going to use the vapor to explore reflection and refraction. So, Bianca, this is a laser, and I'm going to shine it on the gelatin. But first, I need to have you dim the lights. What I'm going to do now is shine it on the gelatin. Look closely and tell me what you see.
I see the light coming off into the gelatin. That must be reflection.
Right.
But the light is also being bent. Why is that?
Well, when light travels from one medium, such as air, to another medium, such as gelatin, its speed changes. And when the speed changes, the light bends, and we call that light refraction.
Does the speed of light speed up or slow down when it's going through the gelatin?
Well, because the gelatin is thicker than air, it slows down.
I wonder if magicians create some of their magic with mirrors.
This is a concave mirror. It curves inwards, and you can see that your image, if I hold it in one way, is upright, and then as I get closer, it gets inverted. It turns upside down.
That'd be an easy way to stand on your head.
It really would. This is a convex lens. You can see that the surface curves outwards, and as you look at it, you look much smaller. And another place that uses lenses and mirrors is NASA. NASA needs mirrors and lenses for their big telescopes. Space telescopes like the Hubble telescope, or the Mars Global Surveyor, or the GOES weather satellites.
That's cool. Thanks, Dr. Shin. Bye.
I wonder if the illusionist, Franz Harari, uses mirrors to make things disappear.
Maybe he uses light in mirrors. Like he'd ever tell us his secrets.
I'm never telling them mine. Maybe we should go to Franz's website to find out more about him.
Oh look, he's doing a live chat. Just click here and we can talk to him.
Hi, Franz.
No. Hey there. Who are you?
We are the Treehouse Detectives, and we wanted to know how you make things disappear.
Detectives? You're gonna love this. I'm sitting in the cockpit of NASA 747. Now check this out. This is actually the official shuttle carrier aircraft. It's what NASA uses to move the space shuttle from one city to the other when it's not in space. Now, I mean, right now, we're parked at NASA Dryden Flight Research Center. And I was here because I was checking out this airplane they have. This is the coolest jet aircraft ever. And I'm thinking I'd like to make it disappear.
You can do that?
Well, I'm not going to give you all my secrets, but if you want, come on out, check it out for yourself.
Yeah, right. How are we going to get to NASA Dryden?
It's easier than you think. Check out your keyboard there. You see that? There's one button you haven't used yet. Right over there. This one right here.
Wow, we really made it. I can't believe he really got us to California.
Where's Franz?
Hey kids, welcome to NASA. How was your trip?
Where is he? Look, he's up there.
Our trip was pretty wild, but I like that man. Whoa, I really like that magic stuff.
How did you get down here?
Well, you know, at NASA, anything's possible. Now, how can I help you guys?
We're investigating a problem that deals with the properties of light.
I'm a big fan of yours, and I think you use light to help things disappear.
Well, to be honest, in my business, light is everything. Now, I'm not going to give you all my secrets, but come on, I'll show you something cool.
All right.
I'm sort of all set up to do a little demonstration here. Now, here's a little model of an SR-71 Blackbird. This is like my favorite plane. It's so cool. This plane, the real plane, can actually go from New York to Los Angeles in like an hour. It's amazing. Now you see the model, but the reason that you see this model is because light is hitting the model and then bouncing back and hitting your eyes. And your eyes are telling your brain that this little airplane is actually there. Imagine this. Imagine that we put just a reflection of my hand in there. Well, we've seen that a bunch of times, but now you add another hand, and now you go into a kind of a symmetrical world, and watch this. Your brain almost tells you the reflection of the hand is the real hand. See that? Pretty cool, huh? That's where it gets really magical. Now, I was telling you about my little model here, the SR-71. Let's see if we can't do some real magic with it. I need some magic words. You got any magic words?
Abracadabra.
Abracadabra, that'll work perfect. Watch. And the reflection becomes reality. And there's one for you, and one for you. Let's try this trick one more time, and this time you figure out if you can see how light made it all work, all right?
All right.
Come with me. I couldn't help but notice you guys both have planes, but I don't have one. But I have an idea. How would you feel if I borrowed your little model for just a moment? You cool with that? All right, tell you what, you guys stand over there. Don't take your eyes off what's about to happen over here, because that's where the real magic's about to begin, all right? We will hold on to this shot until after that SR-71 has disappeared. Gentlemen, raise the tarp. All right, check it out. Now! That's it!
How did you do that? That was amazing. How did you do it?
How'd I do it? It's all about light.
I need to make a phone call.
Oh, sure, go for it.
Hi, Dr. D.
Oh, hi, guys.
What's all that?
Thought I might be able to help you with your light experiments. Well, where are Jacob and Bianca?
I don't know. They were supposed to meet us here.
Hello?
Hi, Dr. D. It's Bianca. We're over at NASA Dryden. We're running a little late. We'll be there soon.
Where are you?
I'll be right there. Well, you're definitely great at what you do, but we gotta get back home.
Oh, well, I have an idea. Go ahead and assume the position.
What?
Assume the position.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go. Ready? We're sending you home. And when I say go, blink. You ready? Go.
We made it.
Where's Jacob?
I don't know. Franz must have sent him back to his house.
Wow, how did you get here so fast?
Just magic, or is this an illusion?
That was quite a trick.
We're learning all about light to try and solve this red sunset problem.
Yeah, I went to the Boston Science Museum. I learned how light travels in waves and in a straight line.
And we also learned a little bit about mirrors and lenses, and about reflection and refraction.
And a little bit of magic, too. Have you learned the difference between transparent, opaque, and translucent yet?
Trans what?
Let me explain. Light can pass through a transparent object and make an object on the other side clearly visible.
You mean like a window?
Yep. Take a look at this light bulb. If I turn the crank, can you see the filament clearly?
Yes, look at that.
What else is transparent?
The car's windshield?
Exactly, until it gets all fogged up, and then it's called translucent.
Oh, so translucent means that light can get through, but not just very much.
Getting very good at this. When an object is translucent, light is diffused, and you can't see the object very clearly.
That would make it hard to drive.
And what does opaque mean? You know what that is?
I think it means that no light can get through. When there are solid objects like rock or concrete, that's opaque.
That's correct, but it's much more interesting than that. Step over there, please. Look at this example. Here I have two sheets of light polarizing material. Can you see me clearly?
Yes, it is a little dark, but it's clear, so it's transparent.
And watch what happens when I rotate one of the two sheets.
Wow, you disappeared, just like magic.
It became opaque and went black. I think I understand translucent, transparent, and opaque now. The sky is transparent most of the time.
Clouds can make the sky opaque.
I wonder if clouds are causing the problem.
I don't think it's clouds. Well, let's go back to the treehouse and organize all this information.
Bye, Dr. D.
Bye, Dr. D. See you.
Bye.
This one is definitely transparent.
And that one's translucent. Only a little light can shine through.
And that one has to be opaque. There isn't any light getting through.
Dr. D would give us an A.
On a clear night, the sky looks transparent, but why does it look translucent during the day?
Yes, I wonder why the sky is blue during the day, but red at sunrises and sunsets.
This is all so confusing. Let's go to the problem board and try to figure out what we need to learn next.
We know the sky is still a bright red.
And we know that light travels in waves and is a red.
And now we know that light can be refracted and reflected.
Maybe if we knew what causes the color of the sky to be blue during the day, it would help us to find out why the sky is red at sunrise and sunset.
I think the night sky is transparent and the day sky is translucent. That's true. What makes the sky different?
One variable between the night sky and sky during the day is the sun.
I think we need to learn more about the sun.
I just did an internet search and found our next expert, but it took me a while. Let's call NASA Ames in Mountain View, California. They have an expert in the sun.
Hi, kids. I'm Peter Paluski at NASA Ames Research Center. I study light in the Earth's atmosphere. What can I do for you today?
We're trying to figure out a problem, and we need to know why skies are blue during the day.
Good question. Let me first talk to you about the sun. It's a white light, which means that it's really a mixture of all colors of the spectrum, from blue to red.
If the sunlight is white, then why is the sky blue?
We learned about reflection at the Jefferson Lab. Could the sky be blue because it's reflecting blue off the ocean?
No, that's a common misconception. The Earth has an atmosphere, which is made up of molecules such as oxygen and nitrogen. It's also made up of tiny little microscopic particles. And these tiny little microscopic particles in the atmosphere are called aerosols.
I don't see anything in the air.
Well, let me ask you first, what do you know about light?
We learned at the Boston Museum of Science that light is a wave and that it is made up of photons.
Occasionally, the photons will actually bounce off of the molecules and particles and go off into different directions. That's something that we call scattering. Let me show you an experiment I have set up here. This fancy instrument is something we call a sun simulator, but really it's just a lamp which sort of mimics the output of the sun. First of all, you can see the beaker here has very little light scattering out of the sides of it. Now watch what happens when I add some milk to the beaker. What does the milk represent?
The molecules and particles in the atmosphere.
Now we've got plenty of light scattered out the sides, and notice it's very bluish. When we look at the sun beam that's been transmitted through the beaker, however, that's become reddened. That's because the blue light's been removed from the beam and it's scattered out the sides.
Just like the sky looks blue, but I don't understand.
Remember we said that sunlight is a mixture of all colors. Now the blue photons will actually scatter off of the particles much more frequently than the red ones. That means that we get blue light scattered out and the red light gets transmitted through.
So why do we see red skies at night and in the morning?
Well, when the sun's near the horizon, the sun beam is traveling through a very, very thick portion of the atmosphere. That's also where most of the particles are concentrated because gravity keeps the particles near the ground.
That makes sense.
Any event that puts more particles near the horizon can make the sunset and sunrise even more red than it is usually. Now, one of those events is a pollution event. I'm not an expert in pollution, but I happen to know one. His name is Mark, and he works at the Langley Research Center. So why don't we give him a call?
This is so cool. Wow, looks like we found the right place. Hello, Mr. Vaughn.
Hey, guys.
Well, we need to know more about what causes air pollution.
Mostly when we think about air pollution, we think about the things that human beings put into the air. We think about the emissions from factory smokestacks. They're thinking about the exhaust from automobiles. But when we actually get down to measuring the aerosol content of the air, we find out that human beings account for only about 10% of it. The other 90% comes from Mother Nature herself.
Mother Nature? But I always thought that nature was clean and natural.
Think about a volcano going off. It's not just lava that comes out of that thing. It also spits blistering hot gases way, way, way up. And those gases react with water vapor to form little tiny sulfuric acid droplets that can hang around in the stratosphere for years. Or think about big dust storms coming across the desert.
How do you know how much dirt is in the air?
Matthew, you'd be a cloud with the squirt bottle. PJ, you are going to be a LiDAR with the laser, and I'm going to stand here, my flower, and be a dust storm.
Wow, they look like sparkles.
You bet they do. Use a very similar technique when we measure real aerosols in the atmosphere. Only then we use a machine called a LiDAR. Come on, I've got one right over here I can show you.
Wow, that's a big machine. What does it do?
What we do is fire pulses of laser light out of the laser and right to this turning mirror here. From there, they shoot straight up into the atmosphere. that beam out, and just like we saw the sparkles off of aerosols in our little experiment, we use our telescope to look at the sparkles off of real aerosols in the atmosphere.
Could the aerosols from pollution cause the sky to turn red during sunrises and sunsets?
Sure they can. The circumstances are right.
We learned from Dr. Paluski that aerosols scatter more blue photons and leave the red ones for us to see.
Oh, absolutely. If you increase the number of small particles up there, they will scatter away more blue light, and you will see more red.
Thank you, we've learned a lot.
Good.
Thanks.
Good luck on your project.
Bye.
Bye. Well, I think we need a new hypothesis.
Especially since we just learned how pollution can turn the sky red.
I mean, our hypothesis wasn't wrong, but it didn't explain where the low frequency waves came from.
A stronger hypothesis would be if the sky is red, then there's got to be pollution in it.
Yes, but the hard part is going to be to figure out where the pollution is coming from. I know we'll figure it out.
What's up? Is light being reflected or refracted? Can air pollution be causing the problem? Are there any other variables that have changed to make the sunsets and sunrises so red? If so, what could they be? Stay with us next time for the next chapter of the case of the mysterious red light.
You're getting very close to solving the mystery. Stay sharp and look for answers to these questions. What does the electromagnetic spectrum contain? How are volcanoes different from one another? What is the Ring of Fire?
That was so neat. I love all the colors in the rainbow.
How many colors are there in a rainbow?
I don't know. Let's ask Dr. D.
How many colors do you think are in a rainbow?
Roy G. Biv.
Who?
It's a guy's name. To know the colors in a rainbow, all you have to do is know the guy's name. Roy G. Biv. That would be 7 colors.
Let's use PJ's prism from the Boston Science Museum. Look at the colors of the rainbow. Let's count them.
I see red and orange.
And there's yellow and green.
Blue is really clear, but the colors on the end are blended.
That's purple. But what's that color next to it?
Some people think that it's indigo, but it's really just deep blue. Scientists using advanced instruments have discovered that indigo is not really a color of the spectrum.
Wait a minute, so now it's Roy G. Biv?
I'm afraid so. I can still help you remember the colors in their order.
I'm confused. Purple, it doesn't start with a V, so is it still purple?
Well, it's actually for violet, which is another name for purple. There's another way to make a spectrum. This is called a diffraction grating.
Grating? Is that like grating cheese? Because that hurts my knuckles.
Oh, nothing like that. Here, put on these glasses with diffraction gratings. Look at that bright light source up there. Tell me what you see.
Wow. It's the same rainbow of color as we saw before. But the rainbows are everywhere.
Let's try something a little different. This is called a spectrum tube, and it's filled with helium gas. What do you see?
It's really different. All the colors aren't there. Only some of them.
Well, the diffraction grating separates the colors, just like the prism does. But the gases in the tube don't produce a complete rainbow of colors. What property of light allows the diffraction gratings in the prisms to separate the colors?
I don't know.
I think it's wavelengths. Mr. Turner at NASA told us that different colors, like blue and red, have different wavelengths.
That's right. They are two of the colors of the visible spectrum. You might want to learn more about the visible spectrum. I know a NASA Langley researcher, Doreen Neal. She's going to be over at the Virginia Children's Museum.
That sounds like our next stop.
Look, she's blowing bubbles.
That's so neat. Are you Mrs. Neal?
Yes, I am, and you must be the treehouse detectives.
Yes, we are. Wow, look at these bubbles. It looks like a rainbow. You were just talking about the colors in a rainbow.
How can I help you?
We need to know more about the visible spectrum.
Tell me what you've learned so far.
Waves have different frequencies.
And different frequencies mean different colors.
The order of the waves and the frequencies is called the electromagnetic spectrum. The part that our eyes can see is only a very small part of the electromagnetic spectrum, and that's the part we call visible spectrum.
That makes sense. Well, do the other parts of the spectrum do anything?
Oh yes, televisions and radios and microwaves and cell phones all work on the electromagnetic spectrum.
So tell us more about the visible spectrum.
The visible spectrum consists of all the colors our eyes can see.
Like orange, red, and yellow.
And green, blue, and violet.
That's right. Take a look at this color wheel. We can mix those colors to make all the colors our eyes can see. If we mix all the colors of light, we get white light.
How can we see the colors in white light?
We use a spectrometer to pick out the different frequencies.
Mr. Turner showed us what it is.
Let me show you something. When you mix the 3 primary colors of pigment, you get black because pigment absorbs all the light that hits it.
That's what the pigment is. But with light, is it different?
Yes, it is. The primary colors of light are red, green, and blue. And when you mix those 3, you get white light. I hope you learned a lot about the electromagnetic spectrum today. The museum has a room full of light and color that tracks your motions. I think you might want to check it out.
Oh, let's go. Thanks, Miss Neal.
Bye.
What are you doing?
I'm doing an experiment with colored lights. I wrapped each light with colored paper and foil.
Okay.
There's red, green, and blue.
Why do you use the foil?
The foil makes the light shine in one direction. What do you think would happen if I placed all the colors of light together?
I guess you'd have a bunch of mixed up colors.
Watch. Here, hold that. You hold that. Now we're going to shine this light on this board. Watch what happens. It makes a white light.
That's right. White light does make all the colors of the rainbow.
I'm Ted Toon with this KSNN special report. Mount Luminous, the active volcano on the western Pacific island of Fugu-Puku, has erupted yet again just this morning. We flew our reporter, I Am, listening to the scene, and she brings us this live report. I Am?
Thanks, Ted. Mount Luminous is really blowing its top.
I Am. Can you tell if there are rivers of gushing red-hot lava or giant flaming boulders crashing down from out of the sky?
I can't see a darn thing. We're out of here.
Well, there you have it. I'm Ted Toon saying that's all there is for today. Join us tomorrow when we'll be sending I Am Listening out to find a really good volcano with lava and flaming boulders and stuff.
I got it. Volcanoes erupt lava.
What are you talking about? KSNN is on the scene of an active volcano.
Lava's red.
So maybe the red lava is reflecting into the sky. Oh yeah, we learned about reflection from the Jefferson Lab.
Maybe we have a new hypothesis. If the volcano erupts red lava, then the sky may be red due to reflection.
I think we need to learn more about volcanoes.
I have to go study for a test. See you later. Bye.
All right, bye, PJ. Good luck, man.
All right, thanks.
I have this book about volcanoes. Let's look up Mount Luminous.
Here's Mount Luminous. It says it's located in the Pacific Ocean near Japan. That book says something about it being in the Ring of Fire.
I have that book.
The Ring of Fire?
If there's a ring of fire in the ocean, that could be why the sky is red.
Let's look at the globe. Here we are, and here's the Pacific Ocean.
How far is it from us?
Well, my social studies teacher said that all globes have a scale. Here it is. It says 1 centimeter is equal to 418 kilometers.
So we need to measure how far Virginia is from Mount Luminous.
Okay, let's see. That would be 27 centimeters.
I'll do the math. 1 centimeter equals 418 kilometers. Multiply that by 27 centimeters. That's about 11,286 kilometers. And there's about 1.6 kilometers in a mile, so that's about 7,000 miles.
But I don't think a reflection of red lava could be seen 7,000 miles away.
As scientists, we need to do a little more research and experimentation before we jump to any conclusions.
Dr. Paluski said that volcanoes can put out a lot of pollution in the air. Maybe pollution is causing the sunrises and sunsets to be so red.
I don't think so. 7,000 miles is a long way to travel, even for pollution. But you never know. Different types of volcanoes could cause different types of pollution.
So what do we do next?
I think we should see if anyone in the NASA Y-Files Kids Club has done any research on volcanoes.
Hi, Kaylee.
Hey, Kaylee.
Hey, Kaylee.
I knew I could help you guys out. I'll send the question to all our club members. Good, because I have to run.
Bye. I wonder what makes volcanoes erupt.
Is it like an earthquake?
I don't know, but I don't want to be around for either.
Hey look, I'm getting a response from Mr. Thomas's class at Burbank Elementary in Hampton, Virginia. They've been studying volcanoes and have even made some models. Let's dial them up to see if we can do a teleconference to find out how much they know about volcanoes.
Hi, my name is Robert Bryan, a 5th grade student in Mr. Thomas's class.
What is your project?
Well, we have been studying volcanoes, and we have found out that there are 3 basic types of volcanoes.
What are they?
Let me show you some of the models that we've made then. This one is a model of a composite volcano. Its eruptions vary between quiet and violent ones. When the volcano has a violent one, it throws out ash and dust, creating a tougher layer.
Wow, that's cool. What are the quiet eruptions like?
That is when the volcano erupts lava like this.
Wow, that's cool. What are the other 2 types?
Another volcano is a cinder-cone volcano. This volcano only erupts ash and dust like this. And there is a shield volcano.
Shield? You mean like what knights use to defend themselves?
Well, sort of. Take a look at our model. As you can see, the lava flows differently. It forms very flat layers, and these layers have very broad and gently sloping sides.
That's interesting. We learned a lot. Thanks for your help.
Bye from the NASA Wi-Fi's Kids Club in Hampton, Virginia.
See you later. We should build a volcano. That looks like fun.
Let's do a little research. Let's see what Dr. Textbook has to say about volcanoes.
And now, the history of volcanoes with Dr. Textbook.
Hello. Did you know that the word volcano comes from the Roman god of fire, Vulcan? And that the early Hawaiians told legends of their goddess of fire, Pele. In the year 79 AD, the Romans were the first ones to write an eyewitness account of an actual volcanic eruption. Falling ash spewed out of Mount Vesuvius, and the ash and the mud flows combined to bury the nearby city of Pompeii, thus killing about 2,000 people. 2,000 years later, archaeologists actually unearthed this ancient city of Pompeii. In April 1902, Mount Pele, not related to the Hawaiian goddess of fire, in the Caribbean Sea exploded, killing 28,000 residents in just seconds in the little town of Saint Pierre. Closer to home in 1980, the sleeping giant Mount St. Helens erupted to become the most destructive volcano in U.S. history. The eruption had the force of 10 million tons of dynamite and shook the Cascade Mountain Range in Oregon and the state of Washington. So, in honor of all the gods of fire, I will attempt to find out what really makes a volcano come alive. Not a very good idea.
See, Dr. Textbook? He's so funny. Let's research Mount Luminous.
I saw an article about Mount Luminous in the paper today. Maybe it'll have some information for us.
It said that Mount Luminous was a cinder cone, and that its first eruption was a month ago.
Then Mount Luminous can't be the problem. Because why would all of a sudden the skies be a deep red if it erupted a month ago?
I don't know, but I think we need to know more about volcanoes. Solving problems is hard work. My mom has to go to California on business, to the NASA Dryden Research Center and the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Maybe we should go with her.
Okay, let's see if we can go.
Hi, you must be the treehouse detectives.
And you are Dr. Pieri?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
What's that plane behind you?
I've never seen anything like that before.
Well, it's an ER-2. It's a NASA research aircraft used at high altitude.
What kind of research does NASA do with this plane?
Well, this plane has high-powered cameras, and they can see a wide variety of phenomena, including hurricanes, volcanoes, earthquakes, and they can also monitor ozone.
You mean you actually fly into a volcano when it's erupting?
Oh no, it would do a lot of damage to an airplane like this.
But how can this cause damage?
Well, this isn't so much the problem. This lava rock gets ground up into fine particulate material like this. This is volcanic ash. This is the problem.
That's really light. Where are most of the volcanoes located?
There are active volcanoes in every ocean basin and almost every continent in the world. Most volcanoes are underwater and form along ridges as ocean basins spread away from them. Sometimes volcanoes form in the middle of continents and ocean basins as hotspots heat up plates.
Plates?
The Earth's crust is actually broken into pieces that we call plates. In fact, another place where volcanoes form is where one plate goes underneath another plate, and that happens in the Pacific Ocean.
Are you talking about the Ring of Fire?
The Ring of Fire is a ring of volcanoes that surround the Pacific Ocean where the continents meet the ocean basin.
We learned that Mount Luminous is a cinder cone. Could you tell us more about cinder cones?
Well, sure. For instance, when cinder cones form, the magma is so sticky that the gas stays trapped inside it until the pressure builds so much that it just literally explodes. And when it explodes, it forms lots of pyroclastic material, which is really sharp.
Maybe we're getting a little closer.
Thanks, Dr. Peary. We learned so much about volcanoes.
Well, I hope this information gives you your answer.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
We know Mount Luminous is a cinder cone, and that means it doesn't even have lava.
That means our hypothesis is wrong.
But I don't think we have enough information yet to change our hypothesis. Let's go do some more research and experimentation.
Let's get back to the treehouse.
What's up? Could the volcano be causing the red sky? Could it be that all colors other than red are being absorbed by something? Don't miss the exciting conclusion of The Case of the Mysterious Red Light.
You're very close now. Answer these questions, and you will solve the Treehouse Detective's latest mystery. What do researchers do at the NASA cave? What are two things that affect how far wind can carry particles? How does the jet stream help the Treehouse Detectives solve their problem?
What are you doing? Magic?
No, this is actually a science experiment. I punched a hole in this cup and poured water in.
What happens?
Turn the lights down and watch this.
Wow, that looks like a stream of light. The light is bending, just like the experiment Dr. Shin told us at the Jefferson Lab.
It's neat, but we still need to figure out why the sunrises and sunsets are so red.
I think pollution could be the cause.
But what's making the pollution? I don't think it's the volcanoes, because they're too far away.
Maybe wind's blowing it our way.
Yeah, right. I don't think the wind can blow things this far.
Not unless it had a lot of hot air, unlike someone we know.
I know you're not talking about me. I'll go over to the problem board and try to figure out what we need to do next.
We know the sky is still red.
We know that light travels in waves, and that it's also a ray. And the light we see is only a small part of the spectrum.
And we also know that light reflects and refracts.
Pollution can cause red skies.
Volcanoes cause some air pollution when they erupt dust and ash.
We need to know how far ash can travel through the air and if it can travel long distances. But how do we find out?
We need someone who knows a lot about wind.
Wind has to do with weather. I'm sure NASA has a weather expert. Let's go to the NASA Langley website.
Wow, look. NASA has a really cool place called the cave.
It's a computer system that we can use to look at weather in 3D.
I'll go over there. This must be the cave.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jennifer Olson.
I'm one of the Treehouse Detectives. We're trying to learn more about wind. We want to know if volcanic ash can blow all the way from the Pacific Ocean to Virginia.
I'm looking at some data in the cave right now. Would you like to step in with me and take a look?
I've heard of the cave. Sure, let's go.
First, you'll need to take off your shoes and put on the glasses.
Wow, this is neat.
We're looking at wind vectors over the Pacific Ocean and the U.S.
What's a wind vector?
Do you see the yellow arrows?
Yeah, lots of them.
Those are wind vectors. They show which direction the wind is blowing. Their size tells you how fast the wind is blowing. The longer the arrow is, the faster the wind speed is.
What about the wind vectors way up there?
These vectors are up at 12 miles over the Earth's surface. That's well above the weather.
It looks like all those arrows are pointing in the same direction. Is that normal for high altitudes?
Yes, it is. Notice that these arrows are mostly pointing from the west toward the east. That's a zonal direction in the global wind pattern.
How fast are they blowing?
At 12 miles up, most wind speeds are between 40 and 50 miles per hour. At these altitudes, there's also something that we call a jet stream.
Oh, you mean the white stuff that comes out the back of a jet we see?
Good guess, but the jet stream is a river of very fast-flowing air where speeds can reach several hundred miles per hour. That's as fast as a major tornado. Let's step outside and go to my computer lab.
Okay. So what's the second thing that affects how far wind can transport particles?
It's the lifetime of a particle. Scientists have a tremendous amount of data available to them to study things like lifetimes of gases and particles, and much of that data is stored here at the Atmospheric Science Data Center.
I didn't know particles had a life.
Yes, lifetime refers to how long the particle stays in the atmosphere. For a particle near the surface, ash and dust will be rained out of the atmosphere within a matter of days.
So volcanic ash would not have a very long lifetime.
Not necessarily. If the ash were injected up in the atmosphere, near the stratosphere, its lifetime could be very long, in the order of weeks or months.
Would zonal winds then be able to carry the ash to Virginia?
Yes, it could. If a volcano injected particles into the stratosphere, it could be transported for very long distances by the very fast wind speeds of the jet stream.
Yeah, but the Pacific Ocean is so far away. That would take forever.
Let's do a quick calculation. It's about 7,000 miles from here to Mount Luminous. If we take a typical atmospheric wind speed of about 40 miles per hour, what do you get?
175 hours.
175 hours to transport the dust to Virginia. That's about a week. In fact, the dust plume could be transported completely around the globe in about a month.
The sky is so deep red. Is there anything about this eruption that is different?
Yes, there is. I read that this volcano also injected a lot of sulfur dioxide and water vapor into the stratosphere. These two gases react together to form tiny sulfuric acid particles.
We learned from Dr. Paluski that particles scatter the blue light.
That's right, and these particles are small enough that they act with the molecules in the atmosphere to scatter even more of the blue light from the sun's rays.
Thanks, Dr. Olson.
Sure.
I think we now have a new hypothesis. Here it is. If the zonal winds brought the volcanic ash to this area, we would have deep red sunsets and sunrises. Smart thinking, huh?
Matt said the cave was really cool. I wish you could have one here in the treehouse. I think that would be a little too high-tech, even for our treehouse.
You know what, guys? I've been thinking. Our hypothesis is incorrect.
Why?
Well, you remember when Dr. Olson told us that the zonal winds would bring the ash and dust to our area in about 7 days?
Yes.
Well, the really red sunsets and sunrises came only 3 days after Mount Luminous erupted.
So it couldn't be from the volcano because it happened too soon. But guys, you're forgetting. Dr. Olson also told us about jet streams and how they travel really fast. Couldn't the ash and dust have gotten here by the jet stream?
I think we need to find out more about jet streams.
Here comes Bianca.
Here comes Bianca.
Are you guys talking about jet streams? Yes. The weatherman from Wavy TV Tent came to our school last week. He said if we had any questions to contact him. I'll email him and see if we can meet him. Thanks for seeing us, Mr. Eco. We need to learn more about a jet stream.
Sure, I can show you a jet stream.
You have one here?
Only on a screen. What do you guys know about jet streams?
We know that a jet stream is like a river of wind, way up high in the atmosphere. And that they can travel up to a few hundred miles per hour.
That's great.
Is the jet stream always in the same place?
No, let me show you. Actually, guys, there are multiple jet streams. Let's take a look at a couple of them. We have what we call the northern jet, and that is outlined in the blue. That's responsible for a lot of the cold air that comes down to the east coast. And then we have what we call the subtropical jet. That is outlined in the red right here, and that's responsible for bringing in a lot of warm, moist air for the east coast.
We need to know if the jet stream was passing over our area the week that Mount Luminous erupted.
Sure, let's go look at the data. Actually, look, over the past 5 to 7 days, notice how the jet stream just goes further and further south. And what that does is it brings in all types of systems, and it's basically just below us, which lets everything drain down into our region. So you can see as the jet stream goes further south, all of the clouds and all the debris comes right down on top of us.
That has to be it then. If the jet stream traveled at 100 miles per hour and Mount Luminous is 7,000 miles away, then it would take 70 hours for the ash to reach our area. With 24 hours in a day, 3 days would be 72 hours. That means that the jet stream could cause the sunrises and sunsets to be red.
I think you guys have solved the mystery.
Thanks, Mr. Eco. We really appreciate your help.
Anytime for the Treehouse Detectives.
I'm so glad that we finally solved our mystery.
But I still think there's one last thing we need to do. Let's email our Kids Club members and ask them if they've been seeing red or sunrises and sunsets.
That's a good idea. That way we'll know it's not just happening in our area.
Great. Also ask them when they first noticed the change.
Okay. We're getting a lot of emails from all over the U.S. A lot of our Kids Club members are saying that they are seeing redder sunrises and sunsets.
Let's organize the emails by states and see when everyone first saw the unusual skies.
Wow, there's a pattern with the states of the West Coast. This email says they saw redder skies only 2 days after Mount Luminous erupted.
The center of the U.S. saw the unusual skies about 3 days after the eruption.
Except for the school in Dallas. Their email says they saw the redder skies just 2 days after the eruption. That's strange.
Well, remember, the jet stream did travel down into their area before it came up to us in Virginia.
You're right. I think that these emails remove all doubt that it was the eruption of Mount Luminous that caused the unusual red sunrises and sunsets. Hi, Dr. D.
Hi. Did you find the solution to your red sky problem yet?
We're pretty sure that we have.
And we did it together with the help of the scientific method. And we learned a lot about light along the way.
We learned the way light travels.
We learned a lot about frequency and wavelengths. Our first hypothesis was that there was a lot of low-frequency waves in the sky.
There was really nothing wrong with our statement. It just didn't explain why the sky was red.
At first, we thought that the explanation might be that light was bouncing around in the sky, but that was just a wild guess.
You then told us about transparent, translucent, and opaque, and thought that clouds might be the solution.
And then we thought about pollution. But what could be causing the pollution?
Then we really got sidetracked. We heard a report about a volcano called Mount Luminous that was erupting. We decided that the red could somehow be connected to the red lava.
But we weren't listening to the report very carefully because it clearly stated that there was dust everywhere.
And then we missed the big clue. I mean, we thought that since the volcano was so far away that it had nothing to do with our problem.
Even though our idea about volcanoes was way off, we decided to study them.
Then we were taught about volcanic ash and how it can stay in the air for months at a time and travel thousands of miles. And we began to get back in the right direction.
So we didn't give up. We went back to our hypothesis of pollution and tried to see if it was the volcano that was giving off pollution, or aerosols.
We investigated wind and wind patterns and found that aerosols can be transported long distances.
We learned that the higher up in the atmosphere aerosols are, the longer they can stay up there.
Most importantly, we learned from Dr. Olson that it was possible for the aerosols to be scattered from the volcano all the way to Virginia, about 7,000 miles away.
And don't forget, the jet stream helped to draw the aerosols to us even quicker.
And the fact that Mount Luminous gave off a sulfur dioxide gas also helped explain why the sunrises and sunsets were such a deep red.
That's great. You kept on track, researched carefully, kept an open mind, revised your hypothesis, and finally came up with a possible explanation.
It was fun and a lot of hard work. There just wasn't some magical solution, that's for sure.
It was a lot of hard work, but I believe you finally have come up with the most likely solution to the red sky problem. Congratulations.
Thank you. And now, for my final magic act, I'm going to make us all disappear.
Are you still at that? Give it up.
Please.
Abracadabra, send them back to their home. Hey, I think I did it. This is great.
Jacob, we're still here. You made us disappear, but we're still stuck in the treehouse.
Try it again, please.
Psst, come here. Is this magic or just an illusion? See you next time.
Yes, look at that.
Okay, guys, ready?
I didn't mess it up earlier. I don't know why I'm not getting it now.
Yeah.
6. Oh, yeah.
All right, bye, BJ. Good luck, man.
All right, thanks.
Don't laugh at me.
Couldn't you hold it or something?
I was holding it the whole time I was talking.
All right.
Let's see what Dr.
Dr. D.
Do I have to dial
Matthew on. Ready? Ready to say anything after?
You took this picture from my dad, and he's like, "Where me your shirt?"
Okay, Carolyn, get over here and get a picture taken. So you want me to be like holding it on the plate?
Are you interested in learning how to hunt? Well, the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency has a special section on their website dedicated to getting first-timers the information they need to get started. Log on to tnwildlife.org to learn more.
This week on Tennessee Outdoor Journal, we'll start off with streamside salamander tracking.
They don't all come on the same day or same night.
The greatest fish catching lures that's out there.
Next up, the real secrets of the shaky head. And Archery 101, tuning up your bow.
That's a tuning technique that we can use.
And we'll finish off with a drop the tailgate at Flintville Wildlife Management Area.
Woody browse that's already existing.
Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for some outdoor tips, tricks, and behind-the-scenes look at the work being done by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page.
What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who'll carry on this work that we've begun, care enough to be the keeper of the dream.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal.
So the streamside salamander is endangered in Tennessee, so it's state listed as endangered. It's not federally listed at this time, but at the state level, it was listed back in 2018. A lot of that is because at the time we didn't know how many populations we had, but the ones that we knew about were threatened by a lot of urban development and just urban sprawl. Well, we don't know where every population exists here in Middle Tennessee. It is a species it's limited, its range is limited in Middle Tennessee. And we really didn't know what we had until about 1997, because that's when streamside salamander was actually split from the smallmouth salamander, which is another species in the same genus. And they were always thought to be the same species, but they had different breeding preferences. One liked to breed in ephemeral wetlands, whereas this species likes to breed in ephemeral streams. And actually through genetic work and some differences in tooth morphology, they split it out into what is streamside salamanders. And so it's a relatively new species for the state, since it was just split out in the last 20 years or so. And so we're still learning about populations that we have in the state. We've added several populations here in recent years, but surprisingly, a lot of the populations that we find are actually in highly populated areas here in Middle Tennessee.
So when the salamanders are closer to the surface, the transmitter has the signal is pushed out further, easier. So the further they go underground, the weaker the signal strength is. So we were standing right there and we didn't pick anything up, but as soon as we crossed the stream, we picked up some sort of signal. I think she's pretty far underground, probably due to the temperature outside, because we're getting a really small range of signal right here. Like almost nothing right here, but then it's pinging out right there. And then try not to step under that on that branch because I think she's under there. But then just past it, there's nothing.
The salamanders that we're tracking have bred, because we've been tracking these for about 5 weeks now. So those animals are done breeding. So what we're seeing in the stream, that's the salamander's breeding habitat. And so they migrate to these habitats in the wintertime, basically December through March, and they breed and lay their eggs. And then once they're done with that, they move to the terrestrial habitat. And that's challenging for a species like this because it uses multiple habitats throughout the year.
And so the ones that are in the stream, they're actually actively laying eggs. And so they don't all come on the same day or same night. It's spread out over several weeks during the breeding season. So we've got, we're tracking some animals that bred early, but we're also seeing differences in breeding times in individual sites. So we've got some sites that the breeding was over with about Christmas. Here, there's obviously breeding still occurring the 1st of February. So with the species being relatively new, we have an understanding of habitats it uses throughout the year, but we don't know how much the terrestrial habitat is necessary for supporting populations of this animal. And we know that a lot of emphasis has been placed in recent years on protecting the breeding habitat, which is the stream, but we don't know how much of that terrestrial habitat, which is necessary to support those populations, is required for maintenance. And so through implementing telemetry, we're hoping to track the animals for a short period, maybe not the entire period it takes for them to migrate away from these breeding seasons, or breeding streams, excuse me. But we're hoping we can identify how much of the habitat that they need to sustain these populations post-breeding. But the other thing too is we're actually identifying the habitat itself. I mean, we got a rough idea, but this will give us an idea of some of the characteristics at the micro scale.
I'm Brad Miller, elk program leader for TWRA. Did you know we have elk in Tennessee? We started a reintroduction project almost 20 years ago, and we now have a population of 400 to 450 animals. I'm here at North Cumberland Wildlife Management Area at the Hatfield Knob Viewing Tower, and this is a great place to come see elk and a great place to bring your family. If you can't come out here, we also have a live elk cam available at tnwildlife.org.
Hey everybody, Jason Holland with Jason Holland Fishing, here bringing you the real secrets on the shaky head. All right, today we're going to talk about the shaky head. The shaky head may be one of the greatest fish catching lures that's out there. No matter if it's hard time to catch them, if it's hot, if it's cold, if the bite's tough, a shaky head seems to always get big. And really all you're doing is you're downsizing everything and going to a more finesse type approach. All right, so now we're going to talk about how you rig this, and we'll use the Zoom trick worm and also the 1/4 ounce football. This is a screw lock. Show you how that works. So a little trick that I like to do is, you see how this head of this worm actually kind of comes down to a point, and we're trying to put that on the screw lock. So it's something that makes it really easy to do is kind of go down about 3 of these little ridges, just bite it off. Now, make sure you don't throw that piece of plastic in the water. Put it in the right place. Then, now you can see we kind of got a more flat head that we're going to screw onto the screw lock. So all you do is put it on there, get that point in, and then all you're going to do at that point is exactly like it says. You're just going to screw it on. As you twist it, just kind of let it roll through your hand, twist it on. You want to try to take it as close as you can up to the head and give it a good clean presentation. So a couple of things that you can do. A lot of people will hook it on the worm flat part. I like to do it, again, just to give something the fish haven't seen. I'll do it a little bit different. So we'll go here where the hook ends. That's where we're going to grab. We'll stick our hook through there. And then from there, you just kind of thread it on and have that look there. Or another way you can do it is if you're fishing some areas that is more rock and less areas to hang up, you actually can just leave that hook point out a little bit, which will give you the option to have a little bit better hookup and you're not trying to pop it through plastic. So that's one option. Now, we'll do another option real quick. I'm just going to pull this off here. Is the other type of shaky head, and this is going to be with the more exposed hook. Run it through here. Oh, did that wrong. Flip that through there and just thread it on there. And then you'll pop it out, slide that up on your shaky head worm. So from there you've got kind of an exposed hook version, and again, if you're not around a lot of structure, having the exposed hook is always going to help your hookup ratio. So now we're going to take our jig head, and we're going to put our soft plastic and show how that connects. Again, as you can see, this has a screw lock, and which is designed to screw into the head of your soft plastic. This again is the 4.5 missile quiver that we're going to use. This right here is my favorite setup. Really gets you a lot of bites. So here's how you do it. Again, this is great because it has a flat head. Really makes it easy to go on these screw locks. So to take your soft plastic, put it right there, and all you're going to do literally is just screw it on. I'm going to get it up as tight as I can on that jig head. Now, as you can see, this is what it looks like. Let me straighten it up just a little bit more, and there you go. And all you're going to do is you're going to bury that hook in the soft plastic, and that's going to help it be extremely weedless and come through a lot of different types of cover. And then again, make sure it's straight. I sometimes have to redo it, but again, that's your setup. As you can see, completely weedless, and as that comes through the water and as you're pulling it, it's going to hop, and then it's going to stand straight up. Again, we don't have the resistance of the water to show you, but you get the idea. You pull it along, hops, and stands up. And that's how you fish a shaky head.
Hey everybody, it's Jason Harmon, Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. This is another segment in our Archery 101 series. Excited to have Matt Eddy with me today at the Archery Den to show us how to tune a bow. So you've got one in the closet, hadn't shot it in a while. Want to make sure it's safe to shoot. He's going to show us how to do that and also get it set up for the season. So take it away, man.
Absolutely, Jason. You're speaking of safe for the season. That's the first thing. Whether you're getting a new bow, obviously we're going to tune that for you once we set it up. But the second thing is, if you've got an older bow laying around, you haven't shot in a few years, COVID happened, and all of a sudden you decided hunting was for you again.
Mm-hmm. Which I think has happened a lot this year.
It has happened a whole lot. People got a lot more time on their hands, and we're seeing a lot of broken stuff. First thing you want to look out for, bring your bow in and get it checked up. There's certain things that you want to look at on a string. There could be a string that's worn out. It may be fixing to break. Make sure to wax your strings, but have us look at it, especially if a bow's been sitting around. We don't want anything blowing up. It's going to damage the bow. I don't want to see anybody get injured. That's the main thing there. Getting your bow tuned up. We may have to restring it. We always tune a bow after we restring it, but it may not need strings. Bringing your bow in every year, getting it tuned up, make sure that when you go to the woods, you're not gonna miss that deer because something moved in the off season, and embarrass yourself, discourage yourself from shooting. What a basic tune job means, what we do when we tune a bow is I'm looking for a few things on the bow, and this is a starting baseline. First thing I'm going to do is make sure that the arrow is parallel to the shelf, running parallel right here. These are the burger holes. That's where your arrow rest screws in on the backside. I want to make sure that your arrow is somewhere centered in those burger holes. The second thing I'm going to do after I do that is I want to make sure, running this string right down the center of the riser, I want the arrow to disappear right behind the string. That is our starting point. From there, we do what we call paper tuning, where I will take your bow in and we shoot it through paper. The goal of that is we're looking for an arrow that may be kicking to the left, kicking to the right, high, low. That's going to tell me that the arrow's not flying correctly off the bow. The fletchings of the arrow are going to correct it after 10 to 15 yards, depending on how poorly it's shooting, but then we've scrubbed off energy. We've lost energy. It's just like knock tuning. You always want to make sure in most arrow rests that your knock is up. We can tune that a little bit in different ways. That's a tuning technique that we can use. But we want to make sure that the arrow is flying straight right out of the bow. That way the bow is getting its most performance. We're not losing any speed along the way, which is going to hurt kinetic energy when you go to shoot down on that deer.
Gotcha. Now, is this something you'd recommend a hunter to do, or do you think they should come into a shop, whether it's your shop or another one, to make sure it happens, make sure it's done right?
It doesn't bother me. People, they say I may not need it, but I'm here. Can you just look my bow over? That is never a bad thing. If you haven't shot that bow since last year, you may have shot it a whole lot this spring, bring it in. Let me look at it. Worst thing that can happen is I go shoot it through paper. I get a bullet hole and say, wow, you've taken care of it this year. Here's your bow back. Enjoy the season.
Yeah.
Then sometimes things happen. They say, hey, the bow's shooting great, but here, take a look at it. And I may look and say, hey, you've got a broken strand here, or looks like you've got a crack in the limb. Let's fix that before it's too late, before we notice it in the tree stand.
Awesome. Well, this is Mike's bow, so hopefully it's good to go this season, and he's going to hit the bullseye.
Absolutely. I think he's going to hit that, or may hit a double lung shot.
That'd be even better. All right. Well, I appreciate it, Matt.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you walking us through that. Appreciate the Archery Den, letting us come into their shop and walk you through everything about setting up a bow and having it ready for the season. So good luck out there.
Hey, I'm Chris Ogle with Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. I'm a wildlife manager that works with non-game and endangered species. Did you know that every year we conduct bio-blitzes for the agency? A lot of times with the National Forest. What's a bio-blitz? Bio-blitz is a short-term intensive effort to sample as many species in a given area that we can. We do reptiles and amphibians, birds, small mammals, and anything that we can, set out all kinds of traps, mist net for bats, and we'll catch anywhere from 50 to 100 different species in a weekend. So that's what a bio-blitz is. And if you ever want to give us a hand, we take volunteers out all the time with us. You got to be 12 or 13 or above. But if you ever want to give us a hand, stop by one of our regional offices or contact one of the regional offices and let them know you'd like to come out and volunteer with us.
Welcome to another episode of Drop the Tailgate. I'm Barry Cross, Region 2 Communications and Outreach Coordinator. And today I'm here with Stephen Day and Jordan Nanny. And Stephen, this is a unique situation where I've got fisheries and wildlife working together. Tell me a little bit about what's going on.
Yeah, so we're at Flintville Wildlife Management Area, or Flintville Trout Hatchery. Primarily Flintville Hatchery, but we're set on 750-acre wildlife management area. And being on site all the time, operating the hatchery, I get to interact with hunters that are actively hunting Flintville WMA, primarily bow hunting for whitetail deer. And I noticed a trend of, let's say, I didn't see much today. Didn't see many deer, and I got to thinking it intrigued me to see what we could do to simply improve the wildlife management area. So I reached out to Wildlife Division, because they're kind of over the WMAs, and just come up with a simple plan. My main goal was to provide a thicket or bedding cover for whitetail deer, turkey primarily. And so we devised a plan to do some select cuts.
Okay. And Flintville is a unique WMA. It's not a very large WMA. It's 750 acres. Is that right?
That's right.
But Jordan comes into this because basically what we see here is what Flintville has, isn't it?
Open hardwoods.
Open hardwoods and mature hardwoods too. How does your role play into this?
Well, after I was contacted by Stephen and other folks in the Wildlife Division that had spoken to Stephen about this particular project, I came down, viewed the property, and I also realized it's almost completely dominated by closed canopy upland hardwoods and cove hardwoods. Depending on the topography, the aspect, and the slope of the area, you either have a dry ridge top like we're on right now, or you get off on the sides of some of the hills, you get more cove. But regardless, it was just all big trees and no understory, so very little cover for the deer. And he kind of told me that, yeah, we just need more security cover, more bedding cover, thicket areas to hold the deer, especially during hunting season, to increase hunter opportunity and success. So From there, we kind of took a 20,000 foot view, looked at the entire WMA as a whole, and we decided to do some small patch clear cuts ranging from 5 to 10 acres in size.
And you decided to move those openings around to, is that going to make hunting better? What was the plan in that?
That's right. So with it being a fairly small WMA, we didn't have to cut much timber to create a little bit of cover to hold deer here. What I did is I looked at a topographic map and I identified points and ridge tops where deer traditionally would bed in open hardwoods if they didn't have any hunting pressure. Also combine that with the available access to enable the loggers to get in here without us having to create a lot of new infrastructure. And with that decision of placing cuts where deer naturally would want to bed and distributing them in a way that would facilitate hunting opportunities between bedding cover and food, and placing the cuts close enough together that, say, during the rut, when bucks are out cruising for does, they can bounce from thicket to thicket, scent checking those areas. But if you're a hunter setting up with a bow, you can place yourselves in a pretty good strategic location to enhance your chances of catching one of those bucks slipping by.
Now, a lot of people would look at this and they say, oh, this is the most beautiful woods I've ever seen. Why would you cut any of this? It's not about just creating an opening. Even though we have tons of acorn trees, oaks, white oaks, red oaks, that only lasts a little while. These openings are actually going to be more beneficial to more wildlife.
That's right. So in addition to the benefits that deer hunters and deer in particular are going to gain from having these areas, wild turkeys are going to have increased nesting cover, and in the first early years are going to have more available brooding cover to increase the survival of those chicks. Species like rabbits that don't have anywhere to live up here right now, you can hold quite a few rabbits in a 5 to 10 acre cut. And then one group of species that often gets left out when you're talking about timber harvest are reptiles, particularly fence lizards and anoles. The year after a timber sale, when you've got all that down woody debris, the lizard population goes through the roof. And then you have all sorts of bugs and things that are occupying that dead and dying wood that feed a ton of other animals. Combine that with all the new, fresh, young vegetation that's much higher in quality than just the woody browse that's already existing, feeding lactating does that are taking care of fawns in the summer, bucks that are growing antlers to increase that nutrition available for them. Not only do you increase the quality of the nutrition for the existing animals, you increase the overall quantity of nutrition on the property, which enables your property to produce and hold more animals. So it really is going to enhance the diversity, but also the abundance of wildlife on the WMA, because we're diversifying the plant communities that are existent here.
Stephen, you recognize the issue. The hunters were talking to you. What do you plan on doing with these openings? Are you going to manage these openings or let them grow up?
Our plan is to let them regenerate, new growth, provide that early successional habitat is perfect for bedding, cover. As Jordan mentioned, brood cover for turkeys, bedding and hiding for deer, turkeys, rabbits, everything. So for these cuts, we plan to just let them regenerate themselves. We might burn some.
So that's a good point. Once the timber's been harvested and things begin to regenerate, you usually have about 7 to 8 years before the quality of nutrition in particular begins to decline for deer, because the young trees that are growing back within 6 to 8 years, they're getting tall enough that their canopies are above where a deer can reach. They're beginning to provide shade, which results in a similar situation to what we already have. So ideally, we will be able to work together at least on a few of these to come in and use prescribed fire to set it back and increase the amount of herbaceous growth in addition to the woody growth in the recently harvested areas, and then obviously extend the period that those are highly desirable areas for deer to bed or to have fawns or turkeys to nest and raise broods.
And in the long run, we hope to, maybe on a 5-10 year rotation, maybe cut a few more 5-6 acre clearings.
So you plan on to keep going?
That's my goal. We hope.
Well, if we get the response we want with the increased cover, you start seeing more hunter access, I don't think you'll even have to bring it up.
Right.
I think the folks that are hunting will say, man, this is really enhancing our hunter success, our ability to see more deer and kill more deer, and it'll speak for itself.
And again, because these hardwoods are so mature, they're very old, mature timber.
And there's no reason to feel bad about cutting trees on a wildlife management area. Not only are you increasing habitat quality, but every tree that's harvested off of our area gets used in some way, whether that be for furniture, flooring, building materials, paper, personal hygiene products like toilet paper,
That's important nowadays.
It's important, very important. Think about all the folks that were diving around Walmart about 6 months ago.
Yeah.
I mean, these woods are valuable in more ways than one, and they're a sustainable, renewable resource. They're going to grow back. And, we're not cutting the whole place. We're just poking some holes in it to increase habitat quality. And there's no reason to apologize for actively managing an area for wildlife.
That's what we've got going on down here at Flintville Hatchery. The Flintville WMA is 750 acres. It's a bow hunter's dream for deer. Of course, they have small game hunting, they've got turkey hunting, and it's right down here, right between Winchester and Fayetteville, and hopefully we'll be able to show you some more future stories about this WMA and how this habitat management has progressed.
You can just picture a big thicket grown up here, bed and cover. There's another oak flat just on the next ridge, and a food plot right here that should be in wheat or clover, turnips. It'll be deer paradise.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun.
Hi, I'm Tracy Lawrence, just letting you know that the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency supports itself and manages all of the state's wildlife with the dollars invested by hunters and fishermen when they buy licenses. If you've never bought a license, but appreciate the abundant wildlife we enjoy in this state, I encourage you to do it. Start with the Type 01. It's a great investment in Tennessee wildlife. Learn more at tnwildlife.org.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Good evening. Welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting for November 21st, 2022. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. The first business is I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I second.
I have a motion from Ms. Haas and a second from Ms. Davison. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? All right, we'll jump right into the meeting, and the big thing coming up is the Parade of Lights. Who is talking about this?
That's Kathy.
All right, so Parade of Lights is a week from this Saturday, December 3rd. The Winter Festival will be from 3 to 8, and the parade will start at 5 o'clock at City Hall and funnel into Veterans Park. And we'll have the tree lighting ceremony immediately after the parade.
What time's the parade again?
The parade starts at 5 here at City Hall.
What exactly, Kathy, somebody asked me the other day and I tried to explain it. What exactly is going on from 3 to 5?
From 3 to 5? Well, the Winter Festival's 3 to 8.
Well, I mean,
So-
between 3 o'clock and the time of the parade.
Well, okay, if you're in the parade, then the parade lineup's gonna start around 3:30. So if you're in the parade itself, you'll have to come here at City Hall. Next week, you'll be given a spot number and then the setup times. And then once, I believe 4 o'clock is gonna be the judging. The winners will get a trophy. The first, second, and third place will get a trophy and a banner for the parade entries.
So for people that's not going to the parade, is there something going on at the park that they can be at while the parade's going on?
Yes, the Winter Festival. So that'll be from 3 to 8. We'll have pictures with Santa. Santa will be down there from 3 to 4. And then Santa will be in the parade, and then we'll have opportunities again around 6:30 after the parade ends, from 6:30 to 8. But we'll have the snow rink open. We've got craft vendors. We've got some snack vendors. We have carriage rides. We've got 2 carriage rides that are going to come and go along the walking trail up behind Pavilion B. And the tree lighting ceremony and fireworks.
And do we have coffee and hot chocolate?
And hot chocolate.
Huh?
We have hot chocolate. I've got a few people that signed up for hot chocolate. And then after the parade, the senior center is going to be giving away their cookies and hot chocolate that evening as well.
That's no charge?
The senior center's no charge, but I have some vendors that will be selling while the parade is going on and before the parade. Mhm.
I noticed that Sheila especially, and a lot of others is putting that out on social media, so let's make sure that week of that we all get it out there and share it as much as possible.
And did I hear you right when you were saying for the folks that are in the parade, they show up here?
Correct.
3:30 and 4, and then they get judged before they actually go down the...
Yes, once they're in the lineup, we'll have the judges go through here while they're in the lineup right before the parade starts. That way they can display their banner as they're going through the parade, and then they'll be awarded their trophy at the tree lighting ceremony.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Any more questions? All right, let's talk about the snow rink.
That's Kathy too. She's gonna get a majority of all of this.
All right, so the snow rink is already in place on the tennis courts. I don't know if y'all have driven by and seen it. It's already put together. We did extend it or expand it by 50% this year. We're having an employee skate night November 30th, and then it's going to be open to the public from December 1st to the 17th, from between Thursday and Sunday each week. We're going to have the first Sunday, December 4th, between 1 and 2, we'll have a special needs skate. And then it will not be open on December 15th. That's the only day during that time frame from Thursday to Sunday it will not be offered.
Can you say those dates again from the...
Well, December 1st through the 17th, Thursday through Sunday during that time period, except for the 15th.
And tell us about the skates and the little snowmen you got to hold on to.
We've got skating aids for the little ones, and we do have several different sizes of skates. Skates are free to the public. You can bring your own skates as long as they're not double-bladed. and we are doing 1 hour increments. So like Thursday's 4 to 8. So you show up, you get to skate from 4 to 5. You show up at 4:30, you'll need to wait till the 5 o'clock skate or elect to skate for 30 minutes. But we rotate every hour on the hour.
And it is first come, first served.
It is first come, first serve. We're not doing any pre-registration. They'll just have to complete the waiver when they arrive at the park.
And what is the time frame on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
Okay, so Thursdays and Fridays are 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday is 12 to 8. Sunday's 1 to 5. And then, like I said, that first Sunday from 1 to 2 is special needs, so it's open to everybody else 2 to 5 that first Sunday.
Somebody from Parks and Rec will be there while it's open in case there's any.
Yeah, we'll always have somebody from our department there, plus.
I'm just trying to think of questions that the public may want to know about it.
Yeah, we're kind of excited about that first Sunday opening it up to families with special needs. So we're going to get with the EIO and see if we can kind of make that its own separate thing to try to put a little more focus on that. I think that was an element we missed last year, so we're going to try to include those families also.
I think that's wonderful.
It's awesome. So last year it would hold about 30, something like that. What would it hold this year?
Yeah, I think it was rated for 45 maybe, or 48, and so we didn't really know what to expect, so we shrunk that number a little bit. But I don't think at any given time, maybe except for the day of the parade, did it get crowded. So with us increasing the size by 50%, I don't think we'll run into any issues this year. We are pushing it out there, though, that, there's no cost to the public to come and skate, but we are encouraging a canned goods or unwrapped toy, unopened, unwrapped toy that we could donate.
Is that every day?
Every day, yes, ma'am.
Just anytime.
And I mean, that's not a requirement to participate, but we encourage that.
Yeah.
You're gonna have them, it's always nice when you got an old person up here, and you're gonna have the heaters out there.
Yes, sir.
Well, I remember last year was so cold, I was freezing. My granddaughter loved it.
Mine did too.
She didn't even know how to skate, and she was right out there. She used the little helper, but then she got it down pat in like 15 minutes.
That's what Ellie said. This year she won't need the little helper.
I will. Anyway, let's move on to the father-daughter dance.
And I'm going to turn this one over to Kathy, too, in just a second. In the past several years, we've kind of pushed this as winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter dance. So our numbers really started to decline. First several years we had this, first 4 or 5 years we had it, we pushed this father-daughter dance. We don't, we include everyone, so we don't turn anyone away, son, mother, aunt, uncle, whoever comes, boy, girl, it doesn't matter. So the door's open to everybody. But I think once we started taking that emphasis off father-daughter dance, our numbers steadily declined. We outgrew the multipurpose building within 2 years and had to use the gym at the school. So this year, our numbers were so low last year, we are moving it back to the multipurpose building. And if it's okay with this board here, we would kind of like to put the emphasis back on father-daughter dance, make that more prominent, but still call it the winter formal also, so everybody knows on our advertisement, it clearly states that everyone is included.
Do you think it's because of winter formal, the word formal makes people think, well, we don't have a tuxedo or we don't have that fancy clothes?
They usually dressed up for the father-daughter dance. They were all.
No, I'll tell you what it is, being I'm the elephant in the room. Some people were, I don't know the word I'm looking for.
Not very nice.
They didn't like the father-daughter symbol because they felt like we were leaving out mothers, aunts, uncles, blah, blah, blah. And that's not the purpose of it. Father-daughter dances have been going on for many, many years in cities all over the country. So to pacify some of that worrisome, we changed it, as David said, and it got a little bit confusing. I think that people know that when we have a father-daughter dance, Carol is certainly welcome to bring her grandson
And granddaughter.
and granddaughter, and vice versa. I could even bring my grandson. It's just it's a vernacular that people were some kind of slur, but I totally agree with David, and I like that we're doing that and putting the emphasis out there that that's not what it is, but to follow a tradition, so to speak, of a father-daughter dance. It's always been like that,
Yeah, and I think in our positions and even the board's position that, we kind of got to walk a fine line there. So kind of what really opened our eyes last year is we were still pushing ours as the winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter, and our numbers we might have had 9 people there at the most, where before we were busting at the seams with well over 200 at the multipurpose.
Yeah.
So then you have other communities near us that butt up against us that had the same event and pushed it as a father-daughter dance and sold tickets for $30 a piece, and they sold out. So that started, we started thinking if they sell out ahead of time and we're getting 9 people at our event that used to be one of our most populars, I mean, sometimes we would have fathers show up with limos, with their kids.
Absolutely.
That was neat.
So I'll let Kathy take over and kind of give you guys the details and the dates for what we have planned for that.
All right, so this year, or I guess next year, February 4th is the first Saturday in February. It is at the multipurpose building from 2 to 4. The theme we've picked this year is Under the Sea. And
Under the what?
Under the Sea. It's a mermaid theme.
Okay.
Did you see the mermaids at Goblins?
I didn't see them, but I seen the pictures. Those
They
were.
are going to come and do the same setup for picture opportunities and interact with the kids, and they're going to do the face painting at the event for the children as well.
There were more children dressed as mermaids
Yes.
or the Little Mermaid than anything else added together. It tripped me out. The movie's not even out. And it's like, and it was just like, I could not believe. I mean, my granddaughter showed up dressed as
Who were those
Mermaid.
people?
And it was,
Who were those people? I didn't get a chance to see them. All I seen was pictures. Is that something you can talk about or not?
They're mythical. They're mermaids.
They're mermaids.
I could talk about it,
My
but
bad.
honestly, I don't have it in front of me, so I don't recall.
That's fine. I was just,
I did
like I
reach
said,
out
I didn't get to see them. I just,
Yeah, she lives here in Lake Forest, the one that I was going back and forth with, and I think she said there's like a group of 6 of them that will, they're starting up their own little business and wanting to do the party scene and so forth. So.
Is that the same one that was at the library for,
I don't believe so, because I gave her information to Miss Donna, and I didn't know she had one, and she had said she just had a mermaid there, but she was gonna add her to her contact list.
Because that
I don't
was,
believe so.
that was the summer reading program? Yeah, summer reading program with Miss Donna had.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, they're a big hit at the Goblins event. So we've tailored our new event, our father-daughter dance, to be able to incorporate them. So it'll be nice. All the little kids will have the face paint to go with their outfits and so
That's
forth.
super cute. Do we have a cost for those tickets yet?
Not yet. I think, what have we done in the past, $5?
$5.
$5 per family is what it's traditionally been.
Okay.
I've done the design, but we've not fine-pointed the detailed information to advertise it yet, so I don't know if that's gonna change or not.
Okay.
Is February 4th a Saturday or?
It is a Saturday. It's the first Saturday in February.
So it could be grandma, granddaughter.
Absolutely. It can be anybody.
We're in there. in
Yep.
that group.
No, and see, that was what one of the things were, and it's just simply not like that. It's basically
Yeah.
for anybody. If you've got a child that don't have a mom and dad or aunt and uncle or grandma, man, grab them and bring them and let them stand on your toes and dance around with them. It's about fun. It's not about a name, so.
So when we go to announce this or talk about it, on Facebook, I think we should father-daughter dance, and whoever wants to attend, kind of, it should.
Absolutely.
Everybody's welcome.
Sure. It's for the kids. It's basically
the
bring
kids.
the kids and let the kids have fun. And they also have wonderful snacks.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta have snacks.
We'll have snacks, and we have a DJ coming, so it'll be children-themed music as well.
Okay.
And I can't remember, I think in the past, if it was $5 per couple, that covered your whole family.
Correct, $5.
So if you had 3 kids, there was no upcharge after the initial $5.
Yeah,
Do
make
you have
it,
an age limit?
Nope.
No, ma'am.
No age limit, okay. So 13-year-old will be fine.
No, Chief Walker used to come with his daughter when she was in college.
Oh.
Yeah,
Nice.
so yeah, there's no age limit.
Okay.
all right, let's move on to Martin Luther King.
All right, so it is scheduled for January 16th at 10 o'clock here in the boardroom at City Hall. Sharmil Babalosa is going to be one of our speakers. Theowana Hatchett, she is confirming because of the surgery. So she will confirm with me, and then I've reached out to a third speaker. I've not heard back yet. So that will be here like we have in prior years. The speakers will have refreshments.
What time was that again?
10 a.m.
Is Shamil, has she moved back?
I don't believe so. She did not tell me if she has or not. I've been going back and forth with her in email, so I'm not sure.
For those of you who don't know her, she is fabulous. She's fabulous. I won't go into a lot of detail, but she's fabulous, and if I'm hoping that she will give you some more information about another event. If her and Commissioner Hope Oliver can work it out.
What's her name again?
But her name is Sharmil Babalosa. Babalosa. I call her Sharil. All right, Lord have mercy. We're talking about this already, and
We're back to that again, wow.
Gotta start early.
well, and I think me and David talked about this back a couple months ago when we had it, that it seemed like just yesterday we started talking about it, and boom, it was here. So let's talk a little bit about Old Timers Festival.
Well, we're going to throw a couple of things out just to get some feedback from you guys. We were kind of on the fence if we wanted to do it tonight, but we're going to go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off. What's your thoughts on there's several things we'd like to see do. One is kind of rebrand the name, kind of get away from the Old Timers Festival, because I think LaVergne has outgrown that. For people that, I personally don't have an issue with it, and I grew up in this city. So I was on the front end of it, but I just think we have grown past the Old Timers name, and I think it may deter some people from coming out and wanting to participate. Number 2 is what y'all's thoughts on moving away from the parade and just focusing on one parade, the Christmas parade, or do we want to keep the Old Timers Day parade?
Wow, that's some tough questions. I guess my first question would be what name are you thinking about?
We don't know. That would be, this board, we would have to come together with some ideas. I don't know, we've kicked around maybe LaVergne Fall Festival or, we don't know. We're not 100% sure that the name is not the branding now is not a deterrent.
We could actually create a poll and get the public involved, since they're the ones that come and participate.
Yeah.
Well, as sitting on the board and you guys being citizens of LaVergne, what are your thoughts on Old Timers Day? Are we proposing something that we shouldn't be, or?
No, I think you're onto something there. Yeah, because if you were new here and you're like, old timers, you're gonna think old-timey music, you're gonna think antiques, you're gonna think flea market.
Well, and you've got the traditional people that, like my parents' generation, not so much mine, but theirs. There's not a whole lot of them around anymore, and when they think of old timers, or they come to that day, they want to take it back to what it was in the late 70s, early 80s, and we just can't do that. So much has changed, we can't get those elements to come, and there's not a whole lot of those elements around. You know, you've got Uncle Dave Making Days that ties up a bunch of stuff in Murfreesboro, and then you've got, you know, Mule Days, and then you've got Pioneer Days, I think, in Chapel Hill.
Well, we've kind of, even in the festival itself every year, we've kind of gotten away from that. We're bringing in like the axe throwing, we're throwing in animals and more things for families. And it's that, when I first moved here and went, there was more of the old timers. It was very small. It was very flea market feel, and then there was a whole section over on the side with pictures where they were more celebrating the history of LaVergne. And there's a time and a place for that, but this has become more of a festival for families, and it's been going in a different direction for years, and I honestly think that's a great idea on rebranding the name on it and be able to pull in more people from even further out, and take that out of the back of their brain that it's.
Well, if we go ahead and start do a thing to change the name, like have a a poll or whatever, it'll start building momentum for it. Because I was talking to somebody the other day, and I didn't even call it the Old Timers Fest. I was just like, the Founders Festival. And that's just what and didn't even think about it. And we were talking about it, it popped back in my head.
I like the LaVergne City Festival. I think and I think our name should be in there for the city, and just a festival.
I kind of agree with what Laura's saying about, and David, with the new, you've got people that see it as an old timers festival, and it kind of detours them away, but at the same time, you got the old people that say, why are they changing it? But unfortunately, there is more younger people. I think it's
more families are gonna come
more families. Now, to mix in the parade, that really brings up a good thing, because, I'm up in front. So when I get back, I'm there, and by the time the whole parade comes through, a lot of people
have left,
are ready to go home.
Well, and it's definitely something to think about. I mean, everybody loves a good parade. I think what we have too, pretty much, I don't say back to back, but they're within three months of each other, 4 months of each other.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. It's a lot on emergency services, the PD, it's a lot on them. They have to fully staff it, so they are finally fully staffed, but the guys that work on the night shift, they have no choice but to stay over during the day until the parade's done. I mean, it's something to think about. I know the PD and the fire department would not oppose getting rid of it. I don't know how much pushback we would get from that.
Well, think about it. We have Old Timers, 5K, and then the Christmas parade. It's all slammed in there together. And as someone with Carol that has worked these, it's difficult. It's
well,
difficult.
And it's gotten to be the last several years, the end of the parade, you're looking at 200 to 250 horses.
I was about to
which
say
we
that.
enjoy the horses to come, but if we, we don't have that issue in the Christmas parade because they don't participate. We enjoy those, that's a big draw, but if we want to move forward and we still want to have a parade at OTF, then we're going to have to limit the number of participants of horses. Yeah.
But also, like Steve said, as someone who's out there working it, you get those big gaps, and then people are walking away not realizing that it's over, and then they're going home. Whereas we could put more effort into pulling them to the park without that parade, and focus more on the advertising aspect of it and all the fun stuff. And so you've got the little kids, and they come out there and they're excited for the parade, and then they're tired and they want to go home. Whereas let's go straight up here and just do this. And then, you know, you've got your traffic up here, people coming in and participating. And that is in itself just a whole mess, trying to get through the parade traffic, to get up there. And people just don't want to, they just don't want to wait. They don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So I think we should focus absolutely more on the festival and save the parade for the Christmas, because that is the best part. It's lit up, it's at night. We're one of the very few that do them at night. Can't really think of too many places around here. They all do them in the mornings, Nashville, Smyrna, Murfreesboro. And I think we could put more effort into getting more people involved if that's the only one we have.
Well, I think also too, if you've, the parade and the Old Timers Day, Festival, whatever you want to call it, if you have bad inclement weather, then you've got two different almost entities to deal with to try and maneuver out. I think it's a good idea, David, and I know some little kids like the parade, and I know some parents that do, but I also know people that want to come to the park, bring their families, you know, that sort of stuff. So
I think it would encourage more. I almost feel like it keeps people away. If parade's not your thing, but you want to go to that, well, we got to wait till that's over and all the traffic and oh, they've got to move the lanes back. It does kind of, I would think, hinder you wanting to come out and participate.
Well, you know, we're not having a December meeting anyway, so our next meeting will be January. We're still going to have this on there, so that may give you guys a little bit of time to get out in the community and talk to people and mention it. You know, do you participate in OTF? If you do you really want to continue to see the parade? And see what kind of feedback you get. I know as far as city staff goes, I kind of know where we sit on it. Every department that was involved, we generally have a follow-up after that just to discuss what we did right and what we did wrong. And that was one of the topics that came up. And majority of the people were, you know, were on board with, if we did away with it, they wouldn't have an issue with it. So it's something, we wanted to throw that out there, so we have time to know what to do next year.
Well, and let's look at it this way. Some of the groups that have to be involved with the traffic and the parade would have the ability to be a bigger part of the festival if they weren't tied up there. Like, we have to get the kids that help with the parking. Maybe they would like to have a booth. Maybe they would like to do something up there. But by the time they finish all of that, well, no. So that might actually help us get a bigger festival and way more people involved if you're not tied up in so many different things.
And you know what, this year I think we had how many school bands did we have in it?
In the Old Timers, we had one in Old Timers.
So if we did that, if we get away from the parade, but we still invited several schools out, maybe we kind of have like a little battle of the bands at the park. Because time them kids walk a mile and a half,
You're right.
They're wore out.
And they're not going to participate in the festival either, even as far as walking around and looking at everything, because they're exhausted.
So let me back up here a little bit, because it's not on here, just, and I may be putting the buggy before the horse here. What are you guys planning for the carnival thing?
He told me he was going to get with me before the end of the year. He's wanting to come in May versus at the end of his tour, because it was so hot when he came here last time. So I don't know when in May. He goes to Minnesota in May, so he would want to hit our area before he went to Minnesota, but I don't have definite dates because he's not gotten.
So you don't think getting the carnival like a little bit before Old Timers is a good idea?
I mean, I could try. We really liked this carnival that we had this last time, but to get him here during that time frame would not work because of his schedule.
And it kind of took away from the festival too.
And he has certain states that he goes to. So if he were to come here before he goes to Minnesota, it would have to be in May.
Which might be good for an end-of-school bash for the kids.
And that's what we were thinking. It's not as hot. Hopefully it would be before they got out of school, right before, so they weren't already on vacation. But yeah, it would either be middle of May or it's gonna be the end of September again, which was after OTF this last time, so.
No, I thought it was before OTF.
Was it before OTF?
It was before OTF.
It was
It was
just
the end of August.
Oh, it
Yeah,
was
it
end of August. I apologize. I was getting it in.
It was a couple of weeks before.
Yeah, I think it was the weekend before Labor Day.
Okay. We could try. I know the heat was a big thing with him, though.
Yes, it was very hot.
But you are correct, because there were 3 areas in Tennessee he did, and we're the first one he went to. So we could try to maybe, readjust that with him. But the heat, I don't know. It was his request to come before.
Tennessee weather, you can't be trying to,
Just the logistics of getting a carnival in the front parking lot and then trying to use your back parking lot for food vendors or whatever, then we're basically out of space, because we have nowhere to park cars. And heaven forbid if we get a rain and that front field gets damp, and even if you do have a carnival and you can use the back parking lot and you don't have where to park cars.
I totally agree.
Yeah, so I
definitely-
mean, we'll check all options.
Yeah, I don't want it with our festival at all because it took away, and because most of those carnivals put those stipulations that you can't have this or this because we have it, and it takes away from some of our local vendors.
And some of our vendors did also voice that they would not come if we had the carnival because the parents spend the money on the carnival and then they're not selling anything.
Well, I wasn't,
Food vendors, but the craft.
I was in no way going down that road.
Right.
That's not what I was saying. I'm just saying if it kind of, the way it worked out this past year was it kind of coincided with OTF, and it looked like it was a fun couple of weeks of festivities, but if you can't get him, then you can't get him. Getting back to polls, and I put something like this out, was if you want to be in a business to where you make everybody happy, do not get into politics. As the vice mayor and sitting on that board and listening to the do's and don'ts of people, you're going to get blasted on polls. Sometimes as leaders, we have to make decisions because that's just the way it is. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. So I think we need to talk a little bit more about it, January. Get some of our ideas together, and if you want to talk to people and get polls and stuff, but just know that you talk to this person and that person, and they're like on different spectrums of ideas. Good luck to you.
We could make it a contest.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, and I don't know really how truthful polls are. If you put out, do you want to see the parade continue? You're going to have people that don't come to the parade that are going to be like, yeah, I love a good parade. Why would they get rid of the parade? And they're going to say, yeah.
And then they don't come.
Yeah.
No, for me, the polls was more of if we can come up with some names for the festival and then let people choose. But I also kind of want to see it as maybe like a contest too, just to get the public involved in renaming it. We're changing history here and getting away from that. And I want absolutely for the public to feel involved, that we do this for you.
I think the parade should be our decision, like y'all's, us, the cities, just like if it makes sense to do it, great, let's keep doing it. If it doesn't, then we just stop it.
Yeah, the manpower and the overtime alone are a lot.
It's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, and we just had that parade, and now we're doing the Christmas one.
Yeah. And you
Last
have to
thing
The 5K, yeah.
we're going to throw at y'all on the Old Timers Day is we don't know how to move forward with the music. We don't know. We're throwing a lot of money at music acts, and we're not getting a return on the investment. We don't know how to win there. That's what we struggled with. That's what we've struggled with the whole time we've been putting this on, since this staff has been on board. How do we win on the entertainment side? Or do we just start scaling back and use that money somewhere else? You got $20,000 tied up in a couple of music acts because you got to get the stage trailer, the audio, 2 music acts, their catering, and you're getting 50 people at the most to show up to an event. When do you finally say something's not working? The most people we have had was last year at the Resurrection concert. We probably had 200. I would say this year I had a clicker and I was counting. I don't remember which night I was counting, Friday or Saturday, but I counted at the end of the night, I had 180 on the clicker, and that was generous. If somebody drove by and looked at me, I counted them. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, I thought after we just did it, we talked about scaling back how many acts we were gonna have, not have an all-day thing, just a shorter time period.
Yeah, we don't really know what the answer is. That's kind of why we're bringing it to you guys too. We don't know
Well,
how
so
to fix it.
on Saturday, if you're out there all day at this festival and with your family and enjoying, it's hard to get people to come back, and they're not gonna stay the whole time. Most people aren't. So if we were going to do a big entertainer Friday night to kick it off,
Yeah.
and then Saturday, maybe we just, like you said, have a local battle of the bands, that type thing. And so if you're just gonna do like music, Friday night, y'all come out, we're excited for tomorrow, and then Saturday, get the local bands, or if there's even some local garage bands, and do a battle of the bands.
We could do that, or, most people are just listening to the music. We could just have a DJ out there, and I'm sure that would save the city a lot of money.
Well, we've thought about that too, believe it or not.
Yeah.
We've thought about on Friday, the biggest crowd we had on a Friday night was probably 4 years ago when we showed a movie to kick it off. We had a movie on the football field. Football field was packed.
That's what I was gonna recommend, is because whenever we've had movie nights, the football field is packed. So kick it off with a movie night.
And it was here, and we're not, we have the screen. The only thing we would be out would be the licensing fee on the movie that we would show.
Do we have something besides inflatables?
Working on it.
Okay. Because I know that's just been a big hindrance. Like, we get it planned, and the
We're working on fabricating something at this point off the football press box that's big enough that will come off, that'll be wide enough to hold the screen on like a cable and pulley type system, that we can raise it up to the top of the press box. That way the wind's not gonna blow us out again.
Right.
So, I don't know, it's just an idea. We had good luck with the movie that night.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
And then if we're gonna put money out and we don't want to keep bringing the same bands back, because we're all fighting for the same, then I kind of like the battle of the bands. We can do like the garage bands, we can do the high school bands, things of that nature. If we're gonna spend money, give them a gift card. Here's a $100 gift card, as opposed to $20,000 on entertainment that nobody's listening to.
Right.
Give back to the community and let the winner have a $100 gift card.
If we're doing a whole name change and a rebrand, we don't need to stick with the same old, like Fleetwood Mac, what are they, 80s, 70s, 80s? We like start doing something a little more newer, younger,
Right.
rather than just we're all.
But we're really involving the public
Yeah,
too.
we're doing other things that other kids, we want.
Because if they're coming, so are their relatives.
Right.
But if we open it up to like high school bands, like the marching bands or whatever, and just have them perform, we're not gonna pay them, right?
Or gift card, like.
Yeah, they
What-
make, I don't know how we would do that, if they would just get a trophy maybe for the winner.
Well, I was gonna say we could just make a donation to their program, because if you give every kid, some bands are large, and that could be more money than actually hiring a band. But if you made a donation to their band program, that would go a longer way for them, because my oldest son was in band. There was car washes and, all that stuff they have to do to pay for that, and that might be a way to attract more people to it.
Well, and you've got to realize the entertainment is half of our budget for Old Timers Day.
Right. Well, let's take it back and put it somewhere else.
Well,
Especially
this,
during the day, nobody shows up.
it's kind of funny you mentioned that because we've kind of talked amongst ourselves and with some of the city staff about pulling that money out of there and reallocating it to maybe a different night where we kind of have like a faith night or a family night. I don't know what kind of pushback we get from the public on that, but it has been huge in Murfreesboro. They've shut the square down several times. And we can do that. I think that would go over huge. Partner with a local church for a cause, Feed the Hunger or something, and get some artists in here.
Yeah. We can do it. If it doesn't work, then we just don't do it again.
Well, I think if you get, there's a lot of Christian radio artists that are pretty mainstream anymore that live around in this area. So I think if we partner with the church that had that avenue, that's something we could look at, putting some of those funds towards in the future.
Yeah, oh, that sounds great.
I think we get more return on our money than spending that kind of money and watching 30 people enjoy music.
Right.
Sounds like you need to get it back on the agenda, Miss Sheila. Poster. So I guess we could have very long conversations about this. I think it's going to be something that you guys are going to have to talk about, come up with some strategic ideas, and we can talk to people. I wouldn't put anything out there just yet, and just kind of talk about it and come back with a fresh start on the new year and get it going. Our next meeting won't be until next year, January 23rd, 2023. Between now and then, we'll hope we get those 77 inches of snow like they did in New York.
Buffalo, New York.
Miss Jody, we'll start out with you. You got any concerns, comments?
No, I think we have a lot of food for thought here, that's for sure, a lot of things to think about.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I wasn't even expecting to have this much to think about, like new names, new bands, new ideas, new.
Hey, this bunch over here keeps us busy.
Yeah, it's good, I like that. Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, wasn't sure what to expect today. This is good.
Mr. Chuck?
I think I'm good.
All right. Commissioner Davidson?
Well, I'm excited. I am ready for the skating rink, and I'm ready for the Christmas parade, and I look forward to seeing all of y'all there.
Vice Chair Hawks?
I'm excited with what's coming down the road with the holiday, and happy Thanksgiving. Everybody be safe on your travels. And I don't know if Vice Mayor knows going to mention or not, but this is my last meeting.
Oh, I'm definitely going to mention.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to steal his thunder, so anyway, I will continue to attend meetings or view the meetings on the YouTube. I will continue to be here. I'm kind of like one of those bad pennies. You can't get rid of me, or a rotten apple. You can't get rid of me because I will be there. So everybody be safe. Happy Thanksgiving. And we'll see y'all in December.
If y'all get a chance, go by the skate park and check out the new LED lights. I went by there today, and the LED lights are going up. Of course, they're going up all over the city, so that's going to be great. But as Ms. Haas said, congratulations.
Thank you.
And this is your last meeting.
Yes, it is.
The next meeting you'll be setting up here with the mayor, the rest of the aldermen.
December 1st.
And we wish you the best of luck in your venues, and thank you so much for being a part of this board. And I know you well enough to know that you're going to be at the events. We're not going to be able to get rid of you.
Nope.
I wish we had more like you in this city, but we've enjoyed you on this board. But unfortunately, you can't be here with me.
I know. I tried.
So you're more than welcome to come to the meetings. They're open to the public.
I will.
And as you said, watch them on YouTube. And
She's going to leave some big shoes to fill. Whoever gets
Yep.
that seat's going to have to step it on up.
Like is there a vote out or
Nope.
anything for people to, somebody to?
Well, they can apply online.
Yeah.
The applications.
Time of the year? It doesn't have to be a certain time?
No, they have to apply. They, again, contact Bruce, again, application, you fill it out, and then
Her
it's
seat,
brought up.
is now, I guess,
After this
A lot
meeting,
of-
it becomes vacant.
Yeah.
comes vacant. So anyway, all right, guys, we'll be seeing y'all around for the holidays, the parade, all that good stuff. David, Kathy, Sheila, great job as always, and we will see you guys next year in this setting. I call this meeting adjourned.
You're like, it's not me.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LaVergne Board and Zoning Appeals. It's November the 29th at 5:30 p.m. We do have a quorum. With three of us, we do have a quorum. So if you would review them, approve the minutes, or look through the minutes for October the 25th regular meeting. I'll take any changes or any comments from there. I'll make a motion to accept the minutes as submitted. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Minutes are approved. Moving on, new business. Appeal the decision of the city planner, property located at 142 Stones River Road, tax map 15M, Group C, Parcel 1, C2 Highway Services, zoning district, property owned by Titan Home Builders, LLC. Mr. Logan, give your report, please.
Thank you. This request is located at 142 Stones River Road, so it's not very far from here. And the site is outlined in blue there on the screen. It's directly across from Pool and Spa Depot, so it's across the street from Pool and Spa. This is the closer view, so you can see the existing property. It's a very deep property and not very wide. It's approximately 4 acres, give or take, and property is zoned C2, which is commercial zoning, of course. So here on the zoning map, it's right there, outlined in blue again. So all of this red color between the railroad track and Murfreesboro Road is zoned commercial, and it's all zoned the same, basically C2, except for this area of Glendale Drive is zoned R1. These are pictures from the property. So that's the sign that was posted at the road. If you've driven by, you may remember this black fence at the entrance. So this is looking toward the railroad track. The railroad track is just west of this picture. And then this is from the driveway. This is actually a new driveway. The old driveway is here where the fence is. So from this new driveway looking back at Pool and Spa Depot across the street. And then this view is into the property. And again, it's a very deep property, but it's not very wide, and it does run beside the railroad track for the whole length of the property. So this applicant's requesting to appeal the decision made by the planning department regarding the requested use of the property. In your packet tonight, you've got the booklet, and I've got some of those pictures here in just a moment that I'll go through that are also in your booklet if you want a better look at them. But they are proposing heavy truck and tractor trailer service and repair, and if allowed, this enterprise would be located in a commercial district. The concern of staff is that the character and intent of C2 is to allow uses that provide a transitional zone between sensitive residential neighborhoods and more intrusive, loud, and more intense uses of industrial areas. And the requested use for the heavy truck and tractor trailer repair would not fit the character of the transitional zone between the two separate districts. Also, vehicle storage areas are explicitly listed as prohibited uses under section 5.053.2 of the zoning ordinance, which contains the C2 provisions. And staff has other concerns that when not in use, trucks and or heavy machinery and other vehicles would be stored outside in the open. Also concerning is the need for outdoor storage of vehicles, machinery, and possibly other tools and materials. And all of this is especially true given that this parcel is in the Murfreesboro Road Overlay District. And the purpose of that overlay district is to increase the aesthetics of the city and make it more appealing for development and residents. So this is in the booklet again in your packets. I mean, this building at this point is like a prototype or a hypothetical building. I did notice going through these, so this building would not be allowed anyway because the overlay district requires brick and stone. So we're already kind of going down that path of industrial type design for the buildings, which is what you expect when you have heavier uses. This is another view in the book. It's the front of the building. Again, any of this would have to go to the Planning Commission after this body, and it would have to go through the Planning Commission to get their vote for or against. So this is not the end necessarily. And this plan is submitted, they're calling it sheet C 3.0, and that's also in your book or booklet that the applicant submitted. So that outlines their future plans for the property. I think that was all the photos. There is a narrative in the book as well that they offered that describes their business and their history. I believe they're located on Sand Hill Road currently in the city of LaVergne. So they're on Sand Hill Road, which primarily is zoned industrial currently. So I don't know of many commercial parcels on Sand Hill Road. So that's, I guess, overview, if you will, and that completes the report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Logan. Do we have the applicant here this evening? Do you want to stand up and, if you would, raise your right hand and be sworn in? Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sir.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
James Nyquist, 574 Franklin Road.
Thank you. Have any comments on what Mr. Logan said on his report?
Yeah, a few, I guess. So I guess generally speaking, the reason that we're here is after working with them and talking through the proposed project, there was a discrepancy on the proposed use based on the C2 zoning ordinance, and there was not a clearly defined use under the listed out permitted uses under the C2 zoning ordinance. That really where the automotive service would fit underneath. However, within the zoning ordinance under the district description, it clearly lists out automobile and vehicular service establishments. I think what these guys have proposed to do as part of their project is this automotive vehicular service, which is limited to a series of uses, fluid changes, tire rotations, accessory replacements. Probably would entail some servicing of heavier trucks, but also not limited to heavier trucks, probably all kinds of trucks. And I can let Avi talk more about the actual use specifically, but I think generally speaking, I mean, obviously the renderings and all that stuff we would have to address through the planning commission process, the DRC, whatever the design, we would meet all the design review requirements. I think the decision here is that there was a use discrepancy that was just vague enough that Bo and his team suggested that wasn't super clearly defined, that they recommended for us to come before you guys so we get a clear interpretation of what the actual use and where it would fit within the C2 zone. And what we would suggest is that for the use that they are proposing would fit under the highway service district, aligning with the description that's in the paragraph form, even though it's not explicitly stated, there's not a clearly defined listed out permitted use within the table that's given in the ordinance. You can talk detail a little bit more about the actual use.
Sure. Thank you.
If you would just state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Avi Elfersey.
State your name and address for the record first, and I'll swear you in.
Avi Elfersey, 306 Sand Hill Road, LaVergne, Tennessee.
Did you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Continue on.
So the general use would be for maintenance. We would not be doing any major engine repairs. We would not be doing any body work. We would not be doing any what I would consider serious mechanical. There'd be no lifts, It's not going to be serious mechanical work. It would be your maintenance. We'd be putting in new tires, putting on new shocks, putting in new fluids, swapping fluids out, things like that. So we believe that fits within the guidelines of the C2 guidelines. As far as the building, that's strictly just a placeholder. You know, our goal is to put together something that really embodies the future of LaVergne there. We do want to have some split face stone or maybe some brick. We do want it aesthetically to be pleasing. That really is, we're not prepared to go before the Architecture Review Committee today. We don't have any plans for the building. We have an overall size of what we want and how we want to break up all of our different business entities. But the trucking and business, the vehicle maintenance repair business, that's only a portion of what we're looking to do in this spot. So we'd be looking at breaking out the back end of the building for that.
Okay, so I'm just looking at our rules and regulations as they presently stand. So you have automobile service, which means the replacement of parts, repair of any part of an automobile that does not require removal of the engine head or pan or engine transmission or differential, including but not limited to all changes, lubrication, cooling, electrical, fuel, and exhaust systems. So
And that's the space we operate in.
So you're looking at automobile service is what you're referring to, and not automobile repair.
Correct.
Which basically is general repair, adjusting, overhauling, removing, replacing, or rebuilding of engines.
Yeah, as defined in exactly what you just read, we're on the previous side of that.
Okay. So the question for staff first, Mr. Brown. I understand we're going to be doing some work, or the CSX going to do some work on the ramp either side of that. Would that be correct in the near future?
Yes.
Okay, but they're not widening. They're just stretching out the dip. Is that correct?
No, they're just doing some striping and stuff.
Okay, all right. My other question is, what is the planned width of your driveway entrance? Because that's obviously a big concern for getting new vehicles in and out of the property.
So,
So we're, I think the max is 40 feet. Is that right? The max driveway entry width, we would max it out, but the width of the driveway in and out would probably be 24 feet, two-lane traffic. And we've done some preliminary studies about the turning for tractor trailers to be able to come in and out. There are some utility kind of pedestals that are in that area. We've got a cell tower right there that we've kind of been looking at. So I mean, obviously these things we would have to verify and flesh out through the site design process. We've done some preliminary studies to show that the truck turning movements will work in and out of there. If we can fit the driveway entrance and flares and everything can fit in the right spot and meeting the right spacing requirements.
So we'd be closing this entrance and opening the wider entrance next to it.
The green unit there, that's the utility box you're referring to, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, my concern is getting your vehicles on and off the property flowing with the rest of the automobile traffic and not causing a headache. That's one of my concerns.
Which is definitely something that we would make sure and verify and confirm.
The alternative, I'm sorry, is creating a median there where the utility box is and having an entrance and exit on either side of it. But I think getting traffic in and out of there, the only hardship there is that box. And in talking with the utility companies, it's just the bureaucracy of getting that moved, and it could take upwards of a year to get that moved. So working around that, I don't know that in this view, the right side is wide enough completely, but if we have either a truck entrance and a car entrance or entrance exit, but I think we'll have a lot of ability to take traffic off the road quickly.
Okay, and then my other question was for Ms. Logan. Looking at our present C2 uses permitted as special exceptions, I don't see anywhere in there that actually lists out full vehicles. The moment it says limited manufacturing, warehousing, sports and recreational vehicle camps, group assemblies other than racetracks and drag strips, assisted living and cellular towers. So I mean, that's for us on the legal side of it. I'm not seeing where it fits in You
Well, I
know,
think that was
you'd mentioned to us about fitting in with C2, and I'm now looking at the regular. Which one are you referring to? Because I don't see it listed here neither. It says automobile sales, rental and delivery, excluding aircraft dealers, boat dealers, and recreational and utility trailer dealers.
Yeah, I think that actually is
That's the
the
closest.
reason that we're here, is that there's not a automobile service is not listed as an explicit, is not defined under the permitted uses, under the chart or the list there. However, it is explicitly described as an allowable use or accepted use within the district description. So it seems like the automobile service is what the zone is set up to be for what these guys are trying to do.
But when you say that, which section are you referring to? I mean, I'm looking at it here. I
The
don't,
5.053.2 under the highway service district,
Yeah, that's all-
district description.
district, okay.
The automobile and other vehicular service establishments, transient sleeping accommodations, eating and drinking establishments. It's just in the paragraph form.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. I was looking at the list uses permitted, and it's not in there. That's what I was referring to.
100% agree.
But automobile and truck is.
Well, and so my first conversation, when I believe it's Mr. Khan, who's seated, was in probably August, and it was always about heavy trucks. This automobile aspect is new to me.
Which I would
So
say,
I've not heard about that
I would
until tonight.
suggest that the heavy trucks, though, would probably fall into automobile servicing. I mean, the difference between an F1
I would not.
or like a tractor trailer cab, is still going to be automobile servicing. There's not really a defined difference.
Mr. Kobe, you want to chirp in on this if you would, from the legal side?
Yeah, I just, I'm not following what the point. Maybe if they could explain it a different way, or I'm not.
I'm more on the automotive side, I mean, I can.
So what it's referring to is what they're referring to is under page 92, as we presently have the regulations 5.053.2, the first paragraph, district description, the second sentence says automobile and other vehicle service establishments. That's what they're referring to.
So it doesn't define the size or shape of the vehicle, but, a truck is an automobile, is a vehicle. And we see that fitting into that category.
Yeah, trucks are a different category altogether. I mean, the U.S. Department of Transportation defines trucks differently than vehicles, so I wouldn't agree with that.
It's a difficult one, gentlemen. That's why we're asking the questions, and we want to get it right. I mean, I just want to make sure we handle it. I mean, so, Mr. Kobe, you're referring to that a truck is not the same as an automobile. Is that you're referring to?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, I would agree that a lot of.
You mind stepping up, sir? If you were to. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, to help you God?
Yes.
Please take your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Randy Kahn, 306 Sand Hill Road, LaVergne.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So, yes, in a lot of states for regulation for the vehicle themselves, as far as licensing and stuff like that goes, the state does identify those as different than, a Toyota Camry. But in the city of LaVergne, what's been put out here in the codes, in these codes here is that service versus repair has been very specifically called out. There's a whole, paragraph about maintenance, and there's a whole paragraph about repair, but there is no definition in the cities, the way the city views, trucks versus cars. It's a vehicle, and it's clearly says vehicle service. So a truck is a vehicle, and according to the city of LaVergne.
I would disagree with that, because in subdivisions, an automobile, and Randolph, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but an automobile is allowed to travel to and from homes, but a tractor trailer is not allowed because of the weight restrictions and stuff like that. So, I mean, there is a difference.
Randolph, do you mind you chirp in if you would, please, sir? Just.
I agree with Kyle. I mean, our enforcement efforts on vehicles such as tractor-trailer trucks are completely mirror opposite of what we deal with when it comes to an automobile. Like Kyle was saying, the gross vehicular weight determines the difference between an automobile and a truck. And I think that's what Evan was alluding to when it comes to Department of Transportation. They view the gross vehicle weight, axle weight.
Correct. That's exactly
as a
right.
truck versus the gross vehicle axle weight of a car. And so I think that might be the gentleman's misconception, is that an automobile is strictly that, it's a passenger car or truck, not some commercial vehicle like will be found in a tractor trailer or dump truck or any other large truck for that matter.
Board members, any other comments you want to bring up and discuss with the applicant? Any other questions?
I don't know this time.
Charlie, have any comments?
I have nothing.
I mean, it's a very, it's a very concerning area of what's going on. I'm not saying we can't overcome it, but I think the way it's presented and with our regulations are presently, it's very difficult to go against staff's recommendations. That's why I'm seeing it. So that's my comment. So no other questions, and want to make a motion for or against the applicant as submitted.
I'll make a motion against.
Make a motion against. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Unfortunately, the motion denied, gentlemen. Thank you.
Okay.
Moving on, item 2, a request for a sign variance property located at 5192 Merceborough Road, tax map 15, parcel B, parcel 9, C2 Highway Services Zoning District, property owner TN Rad Owner LLC, care of the Walgreen Company. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. This request is for extra signage at a retail store here in LaVergne. It's the former Rite Aid store on Murfreesboro Road. And, of course, it's also at the corner of Stones River Road and Murfreesboro Road, not far from the previous item. So the closer view shows the store location and the parking areas. And this was Rite Aid formerly and was Rite Aid for a number of years and now has been vacant. I guess it was vacant maybe 2 years or 2.5, and now Pop Shelf has taken the building over and they've moved in. So Pop Shelf has, I'll show you the signage in just a moment, but they're zoned same as all these properties, again, between Murfreesboro Road and the railroad track. So that's C2 commercial zoning. So here's the current look of the store. They basically were allowed by right one wall sign. So they've already put that wall sign on the building. And essentially, the request tonight is to get a second sign on the other facade. So this faces Stones River Road, and this side faces Murfreesboro Road. So the Murfreesboro Road has the Pop Shelf sign, but there's no sign if you come down Stones River Road. So that's essentially the request. And this is also in your packet. Shows you the exact dimensions and the specifications for the sign. And let's see, in the sign regulations, certain commercial and industrial sites can ask for extra signage if they meet the requirements set forth. And of course, they want this second sign because of the corner location and the high volume of traffic that this location garners. And this sign is just over 92 square feet. So they're allowed a wall sign to be 100 square feet. So they're at just over 92. So that's within the parameters of the ordinance. And then, of course, the shape and the color would be the same as the existing sign. So it's got the purple lettering on top and then the grayish color at the bottom. And they're only asking for the one sign, so it's a fairly small request. There's not a whole sign package, just the one sign. So I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Do we have the applicant here this evening, please? If you would step to the podium and raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the whole truth and none but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Betsy Shackelford. I work for TriStar Transport, doing business as Premier Sign Company. Their address is 1720 Ed Temple Boulevard in Nashville.
Do you have any comments or what Mr. Logan reported? Is that accurate?
He has absolutely described the request. The former Rite Aid building had quite a bit more signage than what we are currently requesting. They had signage on both sides as well as this middle portion. I understand that, you know, sign codes have changed and that sort of thing, and so I completely understand that this would not be allowed at this point. But they would like to have the signs on the two sides of the building because there is so much traffic on both of those two streets, both Murfreesboro Road and Stones River.
So I have a couple of questions. So basically, it'd be the mirror image, that the one that's facing Murfreesboro Road, correct?
Correct.
Is backlit sign, is it lighted?
Yes, both signs are, well, the one sign now is illuminated and the other would be as well.
I'll just tell you the other board members, historically, when a building is on a corner like it is, we've moved forward because it's on two sides of a street, so, you know, that's what it is. And they are below the 100 square feet, which is another requirement that we have, so being 92, it still fits our requirement too. So, any other questions, comments for the applicant?
No comments.
I'll take a motion for or against as submitted.
Motion to accept.
Motion to accept, do I have a second?
Second.
Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you,
very much.
sirs.
That's the last item on the agenda. With that, I'll call the meeting adjourned.